Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. As I certainly am. As always, I'd like to remind you that even right now, you can begin to understand that this is a wonderful opportunity for gratitude, right? For being thankful for life, right? Because many of us have been in situations that have been pretty terrible, that have been pretty painful. And for a lot of us, now is the time that we have come out of that or are in the process of coming out of that. So no matter what stage or what level that you're in right now, it's just a good thing to be grateful, right? Regardless of what you practice, what you follow, gratitude will always benefit you, right? So just reminding you that now is a wonderful time to remember that and to express that however you can, right? You don't have to express it to a God or to a person, but just to yourself, just to remember that this is good. This is good. You know, there are things that suck, sure, but what you focus on expands, right? That includes the positive and the negative. So I know for me, I have made it a habit to wake up and the first thing I do is begin gratitude. You know, I like to call it an hour of power. It's not always an hour, but I dedicate the first moments of my day to get up and just be grateful. So if you haven't done that already, give it a try. You'd be surprised at the effect that it would have on the mood of your day. So greetings to everybody joining. Greetings, Wild Brazil. Greetings, Al Dickey. Aset Aja. Good morning, good morning. We're going over the second chapter of the paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. Anifa, good to see you and your text. You're on the other side of the camera too. But for some reason your microphone is not working. I don't know. But I appreciate you being here. We'll get it figured out though. All technical difficulties can be solved. That's for sure. Gerald Sombright, greetings, brother. Okay, so like I mentioned, we are going to discuss what was talked about here in The Paths of Pravritti and Nivritti, which is a wonderful book. CJ, greetings. It's a wonderful book because this is one of the few texts that I have that is directly impactful because it gives me a direct mirror, a direct experience of what's going on in my own head, right? That's why I picked it, right? The long-term goal that I have set up for the study group and my personal study for this year is to master the concepts of the Kabbalah. And to do that, I want to start from the beginning. And Kabbalah has, at least the Kabbalistic Hermetic system, has most all of its roots in yoga. So why not start with yoga? And the beginning of yoga is the management of the vrittis, right? If you look at the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, you'll see this referred to everywhere when you begin studying seriously. The second verse in the first sutra, the management of the vrittis is yoga. So before we begin to do anything, we have to begin to manage the vrittis. And what are the vrittis? The vrittis are the fluctuations of the mind, right? Vritti literally translates to whirlings and spinnings, right? And that's the behavior of mind. It whirls and it spins. It's like a whirlpool. And what happens is that consciousness and awareness becomes to identify itself with the spinning whirlpool and the modifications of mind. You begin to identify with that. You begin to think that this is you. You begin to think that this is you. And this is what causes all the suffering. It's the attachment to that. Now, most people have no control over that process. They let that whirling spin them up out of their shoes and socks and underwear, and they get dashed across the rocks and the trees and wonder why life is weird. It's because they have no control or management over their subtle behavior, over their thoughts. So this is where it begins, right? It's not about stretching. It's not about tight yoga pants. It's not about poses. It's about management of mind. That is what yoga is. So we start at the beginning here. In order to really dig through the Kabbalah, in order to really master the concepts and receive the knowledge of Kabbalah, because Kabbalah translates to the reception, right? The receiving, two cupped hands, the reception. In order to receive clearly, you've got to have your mind under management. It's not about deleting the vrittis. It's not about deleting the ego. It's not about erasing them. It's about managing them because they're inevitable. They're a product of existing in the physical plane. So I hope that you guys have been watching the lives that I've been doing all week and that I will continue to do as long as time and body permit. But I was striving to go deeper into the concept of what a vritti is and why it's important to understand such a thing. It's just a word. Same thing we've been talking about. Like everyone talks about controlling the subconscious mind, controlling the conscious mind. How do I fix my mind? And even if they're not in the spiritual realm, everyone wants to know, well, how can I fix my ADHD? How can I fix my depression? How can I fix my anger? How can I fix my loneliness? Like everyone wants to know how to control their mind. So this is why a text like this is so super important, right? Not about what demon do I summon, not about what color candle do I use. All that stuff can work, but it's like when you have an infection of some type and it has surface level responses, like say you might be sick and it might show up as blemishes or bumps. Sure, you might be able to put some cream on those bumps, but until you go deep within and remove the source of the trouble, the bumps are going to keep coming up. So yeah, you can summon a demon, you can light a candle and some sage and all that stuff, but that's all surface level stuff. That's why there's an abundance of information out there about that, and a lot of it doesn't work. But when you get to the source, you can bypass all the confusion. So I don't deal with confusion here in this realm, in my realm. I don't deal with confusion. I like clarity. So yeah, let's talk about these vrittis. Who loves orange soda? Peace, bro. Peace, bro. From across the ocean. Tisha 333. Greetings. Sky L. Peace. Nicole Berkeley, good to see you. Okay, so when we talk about the mind needing to be clear, even to receive this information, if you recall here on page 20, he even talks about, he says, it talks about there are people who wish to see God, who wish to experience the divine nature, but they're unable to relate in a good, positive, or healthy way with those around them, right? People who can't even connect with the people in their environment. He asks, can such a person ever become a devotee? He says, never, with an exclamation point. And I highlighted this line. He says, if you cannot manage your behavior, forget about God. If you cannot manage your own responses of vrittis, forget about peace and shanti. If you can't even manage your own mind, forget about all this super deep stuff that you're trying to do, right? You want to, how can I manipulate reality, and how can I summon this? How can I do all these different things? How can I make the magic work? If you have no control over yourself and your thoughts and your minds, if you have no capacity to control the mental behavior, forget about all that stuff. That's why they can write all these books and magical formulas and rituals. That's why they can put all this stuff out, because you're not stable enough to utilize it. You feel me? The fact that you want to summon a demon to get revenge, the fact that you want to summon a demon to get riches and sex, the very fact that you're doing that is proof that you're extremely limited in how far you can go. In order to go far, in order to build a massive spiritual structure, you've got to have a solid foundation, and that solid foundation begins with management of the vrittis. So what is the path of pravritti? So pra denotes the word existence and emergence, and the vritti is the whirlings. So the path of pravritti is an experience of existing and being engrossed in these vrittis, being engrossed in them, being wrapped up in them to the point that it is your life. And what I mean by that is whatever the predominant vritti is in your life, whatever the main vritti, say for example, it's anger, right? If the main mental modification in your mind is anger, that's the strongest vibration that you have centered around. Maybe something happened to you when you were young. Maybe something happened to you in your last relationship that has upset you and it caused trauma. And that's a vritti, right? That traumatic signature, that imprint is a vritti. Now, everything that you do in life, you're referring back to that vritti. So you may not be consciously aware of, I'm angry because this happened to me. You might not be consciously aware of that. But the fact that that ripple is unresolved, it's going to affect everything that comes through your mind. So you can see the implications of how serious this is. People who are depressed, they see the world as a depressing place. People who are angry see the world through the eyes of anger. People who are full of shame and guilt, they're either constantly shaming and guilting themselves, or they're constantly seeking to shame and guilt other people. So the vrittis really do affect how you exist and how you interact with other people. And until you begin the process of managing that, you're going to continue to cause yourself problems and trouble. And it's not something that's impossible or full of doom and gloom, because this is something that anybody can do. It just takes effort to move in a different direction that your autopilot behaviors put you in, right? You may have been depressed for several years. I was depressed for several years, right? I consistently had depressing thoughts and vrittis circulating in my head. And once they started, it was very difficult to get out. You're worthless. You'd be better off if you weren't here. Nobody loves you. You do nothing but cause people trouble. You're annoying. What you're doing is, you know what I'm saying? Like all these different thoughts that continue to cycle around. Hanifa asks, do vrittis equal ripples equal triggers? Yes, they're extremely related. Now there are vrittis and there are samskaras. And samskaras might actually be more related to the triggers, but they feed each other. They feed each other. The vrittis are the ripples, and the samskaras are kind of like the solidified, continuous ripples. Like I mentioned, the depression. That would be a samskara. It's embedded, and the different vrittis are gonna stimulate it and activate it, and they're gonna activate each other, and that continuous process is gonna keep me in a loop. So when you're, say for example, when you are in a state of depression, there are going to be so many different things that trigger the state, so many collections of ripples. And I'll say it, I might have depressed associations with a lover, romantic partner, right? Maybe I don't have one, and maybe that depresses me. Maybe I feel so lonely. I'd see people who are together happy and smiling, then that would make me feel bad, right? I would go out to eat or whatever, and the fact that I'm alone, like all these different things would trigger it and keep you there. So I can admit it is difficult to get out of that state, but you don't get out of it by trying to force yourself to ignore it. You have to get out of that state by turning your eyes inward. You have to turn your eyes inward, and you have to begin to analyze the process of what's happening in your own head. Now, there's a difference between experiencing it, right? That's the path of Pravritti, because you're engrossed in it. You're wrapped up in it. Then there's the path of looking within. You're moving away from it now. That's the path of Nivritti. You're separating from that vritti, right? So the path of Pravritti is being wrapped up in and engrossed in these mental modifications and mental fluctuations. You're being wrapped up in it. And that's where most people on the planet find themselves. Now, the opposite path, and the way that you fix this issue, is that you turn the eyes around and you begin to move away from it, not running from it, not avoiding it, not ignoring it, but analyzing yourself, looking at these ripples. What are you looking at? Well, it's like a pond or an ocean, right? It's like a lake, just like the book says. And when the lake is calm and still, you can see the reflection of the moon. You can see the reflection of the sun. You can see the clouds on a clear day, bright sunny day. You can see the reflection of nature, and it's beautiful. It's harmonious. Now, when it starts raining, that rain is going to cause all these ripples in the pond, all these ripples in the stream, the river, the lake, whatever. And those ripples, that movement, right? And notice how the ripples move out in a concentric circle. Those swirlings and whirlings and ripples are going to obscure and prevent your vision. You're not going to be able to see the sun. You're not going to be able to see the clouds or the moon or any of that. It's going to be blocked because of the ripples. So the more that you focus on those ripples, the more that they're going to ripple. The emotional stimulation, the emotional fluctuation, you being triggered and emotionally reacting to everything, that's what causes the ripples. That's what the raindrops are. That's what makes it impossible to see the reflection of God, right? Of the sun, of the moon, et cetera, et cetera. So the way that you really work on yourself and remove yourself from being wrapped up in these vrittis is by analyzing the process of what's happening. Alora, greetings, Christy.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Greetings, greetings.
Greetings, Stuffed Dog. Good to see you, bro. And a Belvedere, peace, peace. Cosmic Chlorophyll, good morning, good morning. Bruce Cutshaw, how you doing? Nani Alderdice, peace.
What's up,
All right.
Hanifa?
So again, what's happening is that these vrittis, when they disturb the stillness of your mind, you begin to associate yourself with these fluctuations. As they ripple, as the disturbances begin to bounce to and fro, your attention is now stuck on that movement. It's stuck on that whirling. And what happens is the stronger vrittis, the more impactful whirlings, the more impactful ripples, you become attached to those so much that your focus begins to narrow, right? He continues to talk about that on page 14. He says, the broad vision in relation to life is lost, right? You get sucked into one particular feeling, experience, or desire, obsession, passion, need, or greed, and it narrows your vision. He says, the narrower your viewpoint, the more material you become, as you're able to see only that which is highlighted before you, whether it is your need, your greed, your ambition, your mentality, or your performance. So these stronger vrittis, the more that you attach to them, the more that you identify with them, your viewpoint of life becomes narrow and you become more and more material, more and more closed-minded, more and more dense, right? You'll find a lot of people who are stuck in a very strong vritti of fear. And the longer that they stay there, they begin to shut themselves off from the world and off from any other type of opinion or conversation. And everything they do or say is related to that fear. Anytime you sit down and talk with them, they're talking about the terrible things that are happening in the news. They're talking about, something that they're afraid of. I have a friend, and, God bless her soul. Her mom texts her all the time, harassing her about how, you got to be careful because, when you're walking home, because you might get raped, right? You might get murdered. You might get robbed. Like, she's telling her daughter this all the time. I saw on the news today, these two black men, mugged this girl and killed her. Better watch out. Like, every single day she's texting her this. That's not love. That's not affection. That's not trying to take care of your daughter. That is toxic. Why is it toxic? Because number one, it's coming out of a place of fear. It's coming out of a place of fear, and it's an attempt to control her behavior. Number two, the effect that it's having is, regardless of whether she believes this stuff or not, she's constantly feeding her this. So these images are being put into her head day after day. Every time she opens up that phone, she doesn't know what kind of madness her mom is going to send her. This is an example of being wrapped up in a vritti of fear to the point that it infects everything that you do and say in all your relationships. So again, it's super important to pay attention to yourself, to analyze your mind, and to try to trace the origin of your thoughts and behavior. Why are you thinking like this? Why are you behaving like this? Why are you feeling like this? All of it comes from a source. And the way that you overcome being under the influence of these vrittis is you've got to trace it back to its source. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that a little bit. I have um so in psychotherapy and in group therapy sessions, they oftentimes encourage group therapy because it helps us to explore interpersonal relationships with each other um and what we might have accumulated over the years that we weren't quite aware of. So I want to read this passage here because this kind of makes me think about the vrittis and what you're saying, where you have to like be able to trace it back and stuff. So what strong evidence shows is that the self may be said to be made up of reflected appraisals. If these were chiefly derogatory, as in the case of an unwanted child who was never loved, of a child who has fallen into the hands of foster parents who have no real interest in him or her as a child, as I say, if the self dynamism is made up of experience which is chiefly derogatory, it will facilitate hostile, disparaging appraisals of other people, and it will entertain disparaging and hostile appraisals of self. And so from this comes what they call a parataxic distortion. And that describes individuals' proclivity to distort their perceptions of others. A parataxic distortion occurs in an interpersonal situation when one person relates to another not on the basis of the realistic attributes of the other, but on the basis of a personification existing chiefly in the former's own fantasy. So it goes on to say they emerge transference, and this is used intermittently as transference because you're transferring your pain onto someone else, and that's creating your reality for what it is, even though that may not actually be what the other person is. So they say transference distortions emerge from a set of deeply stored memories of early interactional experiences. These memories contribute to the construction of an internal working model that shapes the individual's attachment patterns throughout life. This internal working model, also known as a schema, consists of the individual's beliefs about himself or herself, the way they make sense of relationship cues, and the ensuing interpersonal behavior, not only his own, but the type of behavior he draws from others. So, for instance, a young woman who grows up with depressed and overburdened parents is likely to feel that if she is to stay connected and attached to others, she must make no demands, suppress her independence, and subordinate herself to the emotional needs of others. So that's like just one example of how we may attach ourselves to this reality and to others in this reality. And I think that that's really important for us to, when trying to trace back as to where these vrittis come from, we have to look at the significant players in our early lives, in our early childhoods, because our self-identity came from these trainings, from these appraisals and these subconscious agreements that we made, not just with our parents, but also with our environment in total. So did you grow up in an environment where maybe you were a minority, or you had to learn how to converse with others on a level that made you feel degraded in some way, or maybe just the overall environment in general was depressed, and so none of your needs were really ever met? So this is kind of how you can get to the root of what vrittis you may have accumulated, because as we're living, we're always taking from others, even though we may not even though I don't really like to admit it, it's true. I look for the appraisal of others, but I'm aware that in order for me to develop a self-concept, I have to have boundaries with that, because I've already made a whole bunch of attachments and vrittis based off of my early childhood, based off of feeling like I had to do something to make my dad feel better or my mom feel better, or I was not going to be good enough if I tuned my focus in this way, because that was not based off of their approval or the approval of my neighborhood. So I wanted to share that because in psychotherapy and in group dynamic, there are studies, and these are things that people look for, is within those interpersonal relationships, what's actually coming out. So you can find a really cool, so like as part of not just watching your thoughts and which dominant ones come up, also watch your thoughts and ideas that you have about people when you're interacting with them, because that's going to show you your early relationships and what kind of memories you're actually living in.
Wow, that's powerful. That was a really good share. That's the book that you sent to me, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called
Could you
yeah,
share with me the that word, the a parataxic, what was that word that you were?
parataxic distortion.
Or could you spell it at least? I'll need to look that up.
Yeah. So parataxic is P-A-R-A-X. Okay, whoops, sorry. P-A-R-A-T-A-X-I-C. Parataxic is so that is slightly different from transference, although they're used intermittently when it comes to therapy and behavioral health, because parataxic is when you actually distort the viewpoint of another person to match the memories that you have ingrained of people. So yeah, so you're literally finding similarities with someone, not based off of their actual attributes, but because they're matching the attributes that you have in your own fantasy about that person. So that's where you get the constant victim mode. Oh, they're doing this to me. Oh, they're doing that to me. They can't see outside of that victim mode because they have that parataxic type of thing going on where they're living out a memory.
Wow, got you.
Yeah. So interpersonal relationships are just super, super key for us to kind of, I think, get to the root of our vittes, and to, like, for myself, I've had to do a whole bunch of, I look at that all the time because it's very easy for me to come up with a bias. And it's so funny, like yesterday I was talking to my mom, and my mom has this constant idea in her head that she will never be accepted by anyone for being who she is. And sure enough, a lot of she has dealt with a lot of shame throughout her whole life, including my other siblings who bring people into their lives that are not so inclusive. And so, but at the same time, my mom and I were talking, and it was like, well, that it's because they have their own shit that they're sifting through. And it's perfectly normal if someone doesn't match to, like, not get along. Like, that's fine. If we don't vibe, we're not going to hang out. And that's totally okay. But my mom feels like she has to. There's like a duty that she has to. And so I see within myself how that toxicity that has accumulated within her can easily build within me. I can keep entering into a situation with someone who I don't like because I think I have to, because I have to get along, or I have to do this. And if I can't, it's because I'm an outsider. So there's a lot. So it's, so there's like a lot to uncover there, where it's like, okay, what were these early interactional experiences, and where were my parents' heads in that those situations? So the book, I can type it. So the book is called The Theory and Practice of Group Psychotherapy. It's by Irvin D. Yalom. It was actually, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Dr. Joy DeGroy, but I was listening to, she rocks. And so I was doing a lot of uncovering, a lot of amazing research, and she actually mentioned this book in one of her interviews. And so I jumped right on it, and it's an amazing stack of wealth right there. You'll really be able to get a lot from it.
Yeah, it's actually a textbook. So you like most textbooks for school, you'll notice that it's probably going to be pretty expensive for most people. But if you look, you can either find an older edition or you can find a used one that a college student is selling. So be aware.
Yeah, I got mine that was used for $28.
And that's a good price.
Yeah. These
Okay.
guys are like, yeah, the new ones, don't go for the new ones. Try to go for like the condition, and you'll get a pretty good price.
So Laura, I'm trying to make sure I get the concept of a parataxic distortion. So it would be like your mom saying you will always be my child.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Is that like a good example of a parataxic distortion? Like she got this idea in her mind because you came up as her child. So even though you're 30, 35 years old, she'll still look at you like you her baby. You'll always be my baby kind of thing.
It could, but parataxic distortion comes in really when it comes to that attachment. So what attachment fantasy is she living out there? Is it that she is, what emotions is she attaching to it? So like, is she distorting you? Because, you will always be her child, right? Like I'll always be my mom's kid, but is she treating me like a baby because
that's what I mean. Yeah,
even though I'm 30, like, because I have to be, because in her mind, like she still has to protect me, or she's the only one that can take care of me, and I really can't. And what does that feed to me, right? I can't survive alone. I can't make these decisions by myself because I still need my mom. Right? Like she, that kind of feeds into it. So I would say it depends on the relationship and the emotions that are attached to it. What is she bringing into it? Is she overprotective because in her early childhood, no one protected her? Is this a generational thing? So that can be, and maybe not. Maybe it might just be transference, where it's really just like, I'm just transferring how I feel in the moment to you, but I also still see you and your attributes as what you are. Whereas parataxic is more like your attributes literally match the fantasy I'm having.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to that, because I love that word and I need to dig into that so I can include it into my vocabulary. It sounds new and fancy. But I wanted to say, greetings to everybody joining. If you haven't already, go ahead and like the video. Why? Because liking the video lets YouTube know that my videos are worth watching, so that this can kind of, pop up whenever we go live and other people can see it. So like the video. And also greetings, Court Singh. Greetings, Do My Kin Rez. Greetings, Woo Got It. Greetings, Sunshine Chick. Always good to see you. Chaos Serpent of the Infernal Twilight. Greetings. Glocky. So the first step is to stop believing that you're cursed. Because, again, just like what we're talking about here, if you believe that someone is putting in a spiritual attack on you, see, this is how I mentioned this in a video 6 months ago, right? The best defense in magic is non-attachment, is vairagya, right? Because you're sitting here posting back to back, and no shade on you or nothing, but hey, I think they put a spiritual attack on me. Hey, I think they put a spiritual attack on me. You take it from me. When somebody puts a curse on you or a spiritual attack on you, you're doing 85% of the work. You hear me? The victim is doing 85% of the work. I would know, right? Because I've done it. When a person believes that they are cursed by somebody with magical power, what do you think they do? They start panicking, start worrying, every little accident or something that breaks. Oh no, I'm cursed. This is happening to me. You're doing it to yourself. All right. So step one is to stop believing that you're cursed, right? Because how you color your reality is how it's going to be colored. The context is there, and then the content fills it, right? So take that if you want to, or keep believing that you're cursed. It's up to you.
So that right there is parataxic.
Yeah, right.
Parataxic. That's parataxic. That's exactly the definition. It is self-perpetuating.
Right.
You're self-perpetuating. It's an individual with derogatory, debased self-image may, through selective inattention or projection, incorrectly perceive another to be harsh or rejecting. Moreover, the process compounds itself because that individual may then gradually develop mannerisms and behavioral traits, for example, servility, defensive antagonism, or condescension, or believing that they're constantly cursed, like that eventually will cause others to become, in reality, harsh and rejecting. So when you accept a curse, that is paratax. That is a self-fulfilling prophecy that you're putting for yourself.
Yeah. Makes total sense.
Mm-hmm. And now your behaviors and even your reality is going to reflect that, because what Trav said earlier and what these books and all these things are saying, what you think about multiplies, because you're now developing the behaviors and the traits that coincide with the fantasy that you are living out. Not to say that someone doesn't like you. Maybe someone really doesn't like you, but it's your choice to agree to that or not. And it's your choice to agree to that reality.
Yes.
You know what? They may have put a curse on you. That might be true. But like I just said, you are doing 85% of that curse. You are, right? Look, you brought it to this conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
communication is a two-way street, man. Like you gotta, somebody can put something out, but you gotta accept it. You know what I mean? So that's exactly what you're talking about right there. You can choose to dwell on the fact that you think you cursed, or you could just go about your la-di-da-di day like, hey, fuck that shit.
Mm-hmm. And where does that come from? Where did your attachment to this come from? Why does it matter to you? Is it because, did you see how your family or your friends, where they always just had to take shit, or and that you thought that's what you had to do? Like, what is on the deep, what is making you susceptible to that? Why are you choosing to agree with that? Why does that have to affect your life?
Moby, greetings. Good to see you. Kite mama, peace. And just to be a bit more specific, if just reading your comment exactly as what it says, you talked about, oh, you're gonna have to delete it. But anyways, you talk about manifestation, and as Cosmic Chlorophyll says, be patient, Glocky. Your manifestations will come when it's supposed to. I used to manifest fast too, and then some of the stuff I thought I wanted, I didn't. So my manifestations take time now, but I want it. So the thing about manifestation is there's so many different things that you have to keep into consideration. It's a simple process, but it's not like a formula you just do like you're making a McDonald's sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Manifestation has more to do with alignment, right? It has more to do with clearly understanding what it is that you want and then doing everything about your present moment to align yourself with that. So it's not so much about you doing this and doing that, trying to do this. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it's taking too long. Oh no. You start creating a panic for yourself and things are becoming self-sabotaged. So it has a lot to do with how you're looking at it. Let me tell you this. I'll tell you more about it, but last night my cousin came over, the sister of the cousin that usually comes over. And it was such a blessing because I was really hitting a stumbling block, or at least a brick wall. And I was working with Ganesh, and I literally just asked, like, look, I don't know what to do from this point. If you can just kind of open the way and show me something, reveal something to me, I'm open to it. I acknowledge that I only know so much, and I've got to rely on my unconscious. I've got to rely on a higher influence to get past this. And then my cousin showed up, and we had this long conversation that unlocked so many wonderful things for me, and I'm so grateful. But one of the things that she said was, back when we were going to church, she brought up one of these quotes that the old folks used to say about manifestation. Now, check this out. Write it down because you might need it. If you pray, don't worry. And if you worry, don't pray. You feel me? If you're setting something into motion, don't sit there and worry about it because you're self-sabotaging. And if you're somebody who is naturally going to self-sabotage anyway, you might as well not do no kind of manifestation, right? Pick one. Either you trust that this thing is going to work, you trust the process, or you don't. Pick one because you cannot do both.
Yeah. And that's why too, we're looking at vrittis, right? And all these attachments that we have, so we can be in alignment with what we want. Like I went through, and haven't you realized too, like every time you start to manifest something, there's always some shit that comes up, right?
Right.
As if it's like a test to yourself, right? Like, and it's like, you know, some people will say, oh, it's the universe. Oh, God tests you. Well, for me, my definition of God is that I am God, but I'm God folded in on itself. So like when the way how it when I see it, I see this life as like myself leaving shit for me all the time down the road as I go down it. So anytime some shit happens, it's like me testing me and being like, oh, you wanted this? Yeah. What do you think? How are your emotions now? Where are your attachments now? And oftentimes a lot of fear-based shit comes up for me where I start to, or I have to take a step back and I'm like, whoa, okay. You know, here's some like fear happening and assumption and all this kind of shit that I got to deal with. That I have to settle into my monkey mind, you know, like chill out a bit. So, and also too, they say, you know, it's like kind of, this has been circulating around these kinds of realms of manifestation a lot. Time doesn't exist the same way in astral. It doesn't exist the same way it does here. There isn't a clock that runs at the same time. We can even look at that when we go visit other countries. The time changes, right? Like, so if you want something to happen now, well, like Trav says, it's a matter of alignment because time doesn't work like within seconds or minutes or hours. It never has.
No. That's us being parataxic towards time.
Yeah. We're being parataxic. We have to stop. But it's true. Yeah. We're making up fantasy about, that's a fantasy that we have about this reality.
So if you pray, don't worry. And if you worry, don't pray. Another way that I would say that is you, and I've been saying this also, you got to be careful of the metaphors that you believe in. Court Singh says, I have a family member who believes she's supposed to go through turmoil because she's a chosen one. What you said, Trav, put some things into perspective. The narrative you believe is the narrative you have. You know what I'm saying? Like you have power over that. You don't just take what somebody gives you. A lot of us have this wounded hero or wounded healer mentality, or we believe that we have to suffer, we have to struggle because we are blessed or conscious or whatever word you want to use. Because we are this individual who's advanced in our spiritual walk, we have to go through struggle and suffering. It's supposed to happen. No. Abundance is supposed to happen. The natural state of the universe is abundance. That means if you consider yourself conscious, if you consider yourself blessed, if you consider yourself chosen, you deserve abundance. Let me repeat that. If you consider yourself somebody who is on the path to enlightenment, you deserve abundance. You don't deserve suffering. You deserve abundance.
Mm-hmm.
That comes from the parataxical thing. I like that word.
Yeah. We all learned the word today. So good.
It comes from those parataxical views that's in them holy books, man, about the chosen people and them being cursed and all of that. I know exactly what the old girl talking about, and that's ingrained in so many people. I mean, look how many people is in religion, and that comes along with it. I mean, you can't go in it and pick and choose the vibration that comes with those things. You're going to be under that vibration and everything that comes along with it. So if you believe in those things, that's one of those viewpoints that come along with that. You know what I mean? That I am supposed to suffer. You know what I mean? That there's something good for me on the other side. I'm not supposed to get my riches here. You know what I mean? Right. So, yeah.
And even on that deep, like I don't come from a religious background, but even just from a deeper, like I kind of have a situation like that I should say that this is a really good way for you to look at your karmas, or for you to look at your own vrittis when these situations happen. because like, so for example, I've been trying to move out of Tucson for a while now. But like COVID happened, right? Like all kinds of stuff has just been like boom, 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 one thing after another. And I had all these plans, they all fell through. I did all this wealth manifestation. I got it, I lost it. Like just a whole bunch of shit just kept happening. And I had a repeating pattern in my head where it was like, I am just fucking stuck. Like, I am just meant to be stuck. Like, is this what's supposed to be for me? Like, God damn. And I learned though within that is the karma that I need to work on is that my home is here. So no matter where I am, there's always opportunity for me to manifest the life of my dreams. But I can't keep looking for it outside of myself. I can't keep putting my mind on one single thought. Like if I am move here, I will be happier. It's like, okay, yeah, I do want to live on the water one day. But until that happens, I can manifest all these amazing things around me and not have to stay suffering because I'm not in the location I want to be,
Right.
and so there's a deeper karma there that you can really look at and see how am I viewing myself? How am I fantasizing my reality right now? Is it limiting all around me? Do I have to suffer in order to be a good person? What's a good person to me then? What am I seeing? Is it really guilt that I'm feeling? Like, what is this, And what around me has shaped this idea? So I can also kind of relate to that, constantly going through a turmoil thing and just thinking that you deserve it because, here's another thing that really kept me from interpersonal relationships with people was the idea, what was it? There was a saying that resonated really deep with me years ago. It was, the path of the wise is a lonely one. Do you know how much that fucked me up? Because then my immediate responses to people would be, if you have friends, you must not be wise. Like on a stupid, logical, rational, irrational thought that like started coming in because I had already made the subconscious agreement to that statement. And so then all of my suffering was self-perpetuated.
Right.
Wow. That's
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow.
serious business. Uppity Unicorn. Good afternoon. Nuru, peace, peace. Royalty, 3 stars. Queen of Swords, hello, hello. Ben, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Peace.
I had something similar to that, Allure. Mine was like reconcile at my place in the universe because I started to like realize that I wasn't where I started to realize I wasn't where I thought I was. And that thought kind of started to kind of make me kind of fearful. Like if I'm not where they say I am, where am I? You know what I mean? And it wasn't about like moving to a certain place on the planet or anything, but it was that. But then I had this thought of wherever you go, you there. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing that wherever you go, you there. You know what I'm saying? So even if you do go live on the waters, you are there, and all of those things that you can create and all of those things that you feel you can create are going to follow you wherever you go. You got to reconcile that wherever you are. Yeah, you can, buddy.
Yeah.
For as we believe. And isn't that like referencing the essence of what we're doing with this magic? You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm sitting here believing that I have to suffer, I'm in alignment and agreement with suffering, right? But we're talking about manipulating your reality and doing this magic, da da da. Well, that involves you creating your own metaphor, right? When I do my manifestation and my magic and my rituals, I've been telling y'all, if you watch my videos, the first step is clarity. I get extremely clear on the end result. What do I want it to look like? And once I figure that out, I start working backwards. Okay, so in order for this to happen, I need this to fall into place. In order for that to fall into place, I need this to fall into place. And I keep backtracking until I get to this very second. And once I'm in this very second, I it's like I have a vehicle, right? And I turn my steering wheel and direct it towards that clear outcome. Now, I may not know exactly what to do, but as long as I got that clear outcome, at least I'm pointing in that direction. And what happens is when you feed your subconscious mind that story, it begins filling in the blanks for you. I mentioned how yesterday I really did at a point feel like I was lost. You know, I kept doing what I've trained myself to do, being consistent, having faith, being focused, doing the work that I do. But I still had this inner feeling of not knowing what was going on. So I did what I know how to do, and I made an appeal to my unconscious aspect, to my higher self aspect. And because I trusted that, and it has worked for me in the past every time, I have complete faith in the fact that there is more to me than the physical body and the conscious mind. Because I know that beyond any kind of doubt, I made an appeal to that higher aspect of myself, and I expected an answer and forgot about it, and an answer came in a better way than I could have put together. So it's not always, when I say clarity, I don't mean like you have to know all the little details, but know the essence of what you're trying to get to. I wanted an answer. I didn't say I wanted the answer from this person in this way at this time. Like, I wasn't getting specific like that. I was getting specific about what I actually wanted, if that makes sense. I was specific. You've got to get specific about the essence of what you want, not necessarily the little details, but the essence of the feeling that you want.
Yeah, you know that you're in alignment with what you want when you, or I guess I should say, self-mastery comes, and you can reach these alignment with things when your outside reflects what you're seeing on the inside.
Yes.
So when you no longer have to change your behavior to suit the outside environment, because the outside environment is now a reflection, and you see it as a reflection of your internal environment at all times. That's when you gain that self-mastery and are able to be in alignment with things. And until then, you'll keep repeating patterns that even you may know are destructive, or maybe you won't, but you will continue to repeat patterns as long as those don't match up. So like for me, I'm in this place right now, and when I was at that lower level of not being in alignment with my desires, I was seeing the road to the desires, right, as like so far away. And so I was giving no appreciation to where I was and what I had. And because of that, it was not matching what I was wanting, right? What I was desiring. So I changed my internal conversation. And all of a sudden, my reality, because I refused to budge on that, my reality started adapting to my wishes, to my reflection. It was my reflection. It's always your reflection. But when I became aware of it, that was started to be reflecting to me. You know, I wanted to go to Thailand, right? I still want to go, but I was planning to go to Thailand for a year just to study real Muay Thai, right? I was learning Thai lesson. I'm learning Thai, all this kind of stuff, right? And then it all fell through. When I was like, okay, well, my mind isn't going to stay focused on this one goal here. I'm going to just use this time to build. So then anytime something changes, I can change with it. And I'm not going to limit myself anymore. And so I just started working on my business and other things and And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, the gym that I've been working at, where I get a free membership because I work on the equipment and stuff like that, has Muay Thai class that I walk right into with a Muay Thai world champion who is an amazing teacher. Out of nowhere, my reality began reflecting my internal talk.
Yes.
Yes.
So
yeah, that's how, like, that is how it works. That's why time doesn't matter. It's your internal, it's your reflection. That's what matters, your perspective. What you need, that's where we gain this self-mastery.
Yes, that is one of the things that I recommend, or that I how do I say it? That's one of the things that you look for to know that this is working properly. Like in my course, the inner light activation system, one of the first things that we talk about is the fact that you can tell that you're on the right track when your inner reality begins to match up with your outer reality, when what's going on in your subjective reality is coming into alignment with your objective reality. That in itself is proof that what you're doing is correct, because as we talked about a few nights ago when I was reading from Awakening the Life Force, the vrittis come up under three flavors, the three gunas: Raja, Sattva, and Tamas. Rajasic vrittis are very active, very passionate, bouncing back and forth, going to and fro. They're stimulating, all these different things. Tamasic vrittis are dull. They lead to stupidity. They lead to decay and death and sleep, right? Destruction. And then there's Sattvic vrittis. And these Sattvic vrittis lead to harmony and balance. And that includes harmony and balance with nature, with your environment, right? Manifestation is not just a magical thing, it's a way of life, because the types of thoughts that you're circulating now are in alignment with the patterns of nature. So you're not stressing and struggling to get things done, right? It's naturally occurring. So yes, harmony is one of the major ways that you can tell that you're on the right track and your magic is working. So just to line up with what you talked about, Alora, where you knew the essence of what you wanted. The essence wasn't to go to Thailand. The essence was to learn Muay Thai. That was what you wanted. And your environment reflected that desire. Now, I know that there are some people who would have gotten upset. I wanted to go to Thailand, and rejected what they received, rejected it, not realizing how this whole process works. For example, you may try to have a manifestation for a Tesla, right? And then say, for example, you somehow have a friend who has money that has one, and they're like, yes, you can drive it, you know, for I need you to do something for me every day, you can use the car, right? You still got it, right? Maybe later on down the line you could buy your own, but you know what? It manifested. If you just kind of change the parameters a bit to be grateful for what you have, to accept what you have, and utilize what Ophio called the sphere of availability, right?
That's that lane. You gotta have a lane to it.
I saw my first Tesla on Christmas. I went to go visit my parents, and I'm walking past this car, and I see this big ass freaking screen on the dashboard. I'm like, this is a whole entire, what's a 30-inch screen on the freaking dashboard? What's going on? Then I walk around the front and I see the T. I'm, what? When did this happen? But yeah, that's why I use that example. The stuff in this world, it's not out of your reach, and it's not out of your range. It's not out of your league, right? All this matter is just matter. Value is placed on by human vrittis. You can achieve anything you want in this world, but you have to come into alignment with it. You have to bring your inner thoughts, your inner reality into alignment with the outcome that you want. Don't think, get it out of your head that you're worthless, or you don't deserve a thing, or you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not for you. Get that out of your head. If there's something that you want in this world, the first person you have to convince is yourself that yes, you deserve it. Take away the guilt. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to get 3 jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a better way to do things. And it starts with accepting that you deserve whatever it is that's in your heart that you want. You deserve it. Now go get it. Vrittis. Speaking of vehicles, I liked what he talked about on page 16, where he mentioned when you're driving along the road and there are bumps holes and rocks, you continue to drive, but carefully, right? If you're driving that Tesla on a bumpy ass road and you know there's potholes, you don't just stop, turn around and say, fuck it. You slow down a bit, right? Because you don't want to mess that transmission up. You don't want to mess the paint job up, right? You do not oppose or resist the bumpy road. The journey does not stop in spite of the road. As the road becomes more difficult and constricted, you become more alert and try to complete the journey with greater awareness. When the road is clear, you accelerate in fourth gear. The same principle needs to be applied to the mind. When there's some kind of spike in the mind, whether due to anxiety or joy, you have to become aware of everything in and around and take the car forward slowly. The anxiety, sorrows, and joys are the bumps. You go up, go down, and come up again. Therefore, you need to drive your mind in life the way you drive your car on a bumpy road. You have to know the reason why vrittis are created within you and how they connect with you, the world of the senses, sense objects, and remain free from their influence, which dilutes the clarity, strength, and positive qualities of the mind. Just like you driving your car on that bumpy, fucked up road, you actually start to become more aware. You start to become more focused on the situation at hand because you know what could happen if you're careless, right? You want to avoid problems, start becoming preventative as opposed to reckless. And that's also a quality of the Bible talks about becoming a good steward. Yeah, I'm talking more and more about the Bible. I love it. If you don't like it, well, you need to fix that vritti. But it talks about, there's a parable about becoming a good steward. And what that talks about is he who can be trusted with a little can also be trusted with a lot. And he who can't be trusted with little can't be trusted with nothing. And basically what's going on is that when you can prove that you can handle a little bit of something, that you're showing yourself that you can also handle a higher quality, a higher degree of it. So for example, if you got a shitty car and you're driving up this bumpy road and you just don't care and you're just speeding along and everything's getting messed up, why do you think that you would treat a newer car differently? You might for a little bit, but after a while, your habit pattern is going to kick in of carelessness. But if you're able to take care of the little things that you have, you're showing yourself that you can take care if such a thing were to increase in quality. But also, this paying attention to how you're handling on the bumpy road of life, this is also going to start to show you how these vrittis are created. And it's going to start to show you how to remain free from their influence. Because it's only in remaining free from the influence of these emotional spikes. Notice that he listed suffering and grief, sorrow, and joy, right? The ups and the downs. When you're paying attention to those, and you start to realize that when you remain free from their influence of these ups and these downs, you'll understand that those ups and those downs begin to dilute the clarity, strength, and positive qualities of your mind. It's good to be happy, right? It's natural to be sad, but you don't want to let those emotional spikes influence you too much in either direction.
Right.
I don't mope and cry and get depressed, but you know what? I mean, I do get excited and happy, but I'm not jumping around the room and flailing my arms and dancing all crazy. Nothing wrong with doing that, but I mean, I prefer to stay even keeled through life.
Yeah. Yep. And I've always been like that too, man. Like I ain't never been easily excitable or anything. And I used to wonder if I was like a sociopath with these kind of things. You know what I mean? Like never wanting to. This was a little story when I was a kid, man. They had a block party for the Arkansas Razorbacks when they won the national championship. And the Razorbacks was out there, you know, signing autographs and everything. And my friends, they would run up to all of them and, you know, get their autographs. And I didn't ever want an autograph because I had it in my mind that I was going to be signing them one day. You know what I'm saying? So I never really was wanting to get them because that was kind of defeating the purpose of what of my of you know what I had in my mind of what an autograph was. It wasn't for me to collect them; it's for me to give them out. And I remember Corliss was like, I'm hanging in the back, and all of my friends getting the autograph. And he was like, "You want an autograph?" And I was like, "Nah, I'm good." You know, he's like, "You sure?" And I was like, "No, I'm good." You know, because I never looked at that as something to collect or whatever. I never was excited about those things, and it's always been like that for me. Just always been just even keel. But yeah, and I can see why they would include the joys in those things too. I mean, because that's a distraction too. I mean, you can get overjoyous about things, and joy can also degrade into non-joy or pain or whatever. So yeah, man.
Yeah. And I think one of the big worries about the joy aspect is that what he said there at that last sentence was that these things dilute the clarity of the positive qualities of the mind. So when you're in that state of joy for a little too long, you again start to make decisions that won't reflect the best state of mind. Just like when you're depressed or when you're angry, you don't make decisions that reflect the best state of mind. Autographs.
100%.
And that's where too, like reflecting on how you react with others is just so important. Because we are social beings, but you can also see what relationships you're really working out, you know? So like recently I've been on a kick with interacting with others because I see in my daily life how much our conversation changes according to who's in front of us and what issues we might actually be working through and who we're personifying people as, and how we're personifying ourselves. So, you know, like today to the celebrities, right? Like homie wasn't freaking out about getting an autograph or nothing because he saw himself as that. So they were a different image to him. Whereas to someone else who may have a complex of that this person's like a god or this person is untouchable, I have to get something from them because that way I can show my environment how important and valuable I am to this person who is untouchable. What relationship are you really working out? Are you working out dad, your relationship with your dad, your relationship with your mother, your relationship with your siblings? What relationship are you actually working out? Because it's not the celebrity. Because I'll tell you what, I don't crave an autograph from Drake. You know, like I don't crave an autograph from Nicki Minaj. I don't crave an autograph really from anyone. And I don't really crave their company either. Because they're in my mind, they're not untouchable. In my mind, it's like they're other people, and you know, like props to them for being musicians, but that's not really my strong suit. Now I'm gonna flip the fuck out if I run into like, you know, if I run into like Muhammad Ali or something, I'll be like, oh my God, you know, like, but even then he's not untouchable. You know, I'm not gonna have that same reaction. I don't have a relationship with someone in that way that affected me to the point that I have to be.
Wait a minute. You didn't have to take it there. Are you saying that this style of behavior and thinking is reflective of a deeper vritti, of a deeper issue? Oh, I think she froze. I didn't mean wait a minute that hard. Freeze. Freeze. The magic was a little bit too much. Abracadabra. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So definitely look at your reactions to others. I want to, if you don't mind, I would like to read another example from this book that I just think is like so cool, because these are the things that we have like somatic responses, right? Or things that we that we do to comfort ourselves, or how we react in social situations that really reveal a lot of our internal talk or our internal comfort, right? So like if I start to get nervous, I immediately start getting red, or I'll start like rubbing my hands together or something. Or if I get excited, I have to work on like holding back what I'm saying and not interrupting, because I get, I get really excited and want to share everything. I want to like throw my cards out on the table, instead of like doing one at a time.
Yeah.
Something. I also forget to breathe, right? So there's a lot of stuff. But for those deeper issues, it's really interesting. So I would like to read this example, because this is kind of one of the prime examples of how you might be acting out that's in misalignment, and how you can see how that works in a group setting if you start taking that self-reflective route. So they're talking about a group dynamic. Okay, so it's a group therapy, so it's all peer-based and all of that. Okay, and in this group there's this guy named Ed, and he's a 47-year-old engineer who sought therapy because of loneliness and his inability to find a suitable mate. Ed's pattern of social relationships was barren. He had never had close male friends and had only sexualized, unsatisfying, short-lived relationships with women who ultimately and invariably rejected him. His good social skills and lively sense of humor resulted in his being highly valued by other members in the early stages of the group. Okay. As time went on and members deepened their relationships with one another, Ed was left behind. Soon, his experience in the group resembled closely his social life outside of the group. The most obvious aspect of his behavior was his limited and offensive approach to women. His gaze was directed primarily toward their breasts or crotch. His attention was voyeuristically directed toward their sexual lives. His comments to them were typically simplistic and sexual in nature. Ed considered the men in the group unwelcome competitors. For months, he did not initiate a single transaction with a man. With so little appreciation for attachments, he, for the most part, considered people interchangeable. For example, when a member described her obsessive fantasy that her boyfriend, who was often late, would be killed in an automobile accident, Ed's response was to assure her that she was young, charming, and attractive, and would have little trouble finding another man of at least equal quality. Now, as a female, I've actually had this comment quite a bit. So you can see where, these are like common behaviors that we see when we're interacting with people, right? To take another example, Ed was always puzzled when other members appeared troubled by the temporary absence of one of the other co-therapists, or later by the impending permanent departure of a therapist. Doubtless, he suggested there was, even among the students, a therapist of equal competence. In fact, he had seen in the hall of a bosomy psychologist whom he would particularly welcome as a therapist. He put it most succinctly when he described his MDR, which means minimum daily requirement for affection. In time, it became clear to the group that the identity of the minimum daily requirement supplier was incidental to Ed, far less relevant than its dependability. Thus evolved the first phase of the group therapy process, the display of interpersonal pathology. Ed did not relate to others so much as he used them as equipment, as objects to supply his life needs. It was not long before he had recreated in the group his habitual and desolate interpersonal universe. He was cut off from everyone. Men reciprocated his total indifference, and women in general were disinclined to service his minimum daily requirement. And those women he especially craved were repulsed by his narrowly sexualized attentions. The subsequent course of Ed's group therapy was greatly informed by his displaying his interpersonal pathology inside the group, and his therapy profited enormously from focusing exhaustively on his relationships with the other group members. So I wanted to share that because that is something that I come across daily, and how many of us have made subconscious agreements to people who tell us some shit without realizing that what we're agreeing to is their own self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, I have met so many guys, older guys in particular, who I know sexualize me and that kind of stuff, who will be like, oh, you know, you're young and beautiful. You don't, you know, you'll find another guy, right? How harmless are we taught of a comment that is? Yet when we look more deeply into a interpersonal relationship with someone like that, we see how much they isolate themselves and how they are actively fulfilling that. So I think it's so important. So that's why, you know, I think it's so important for us to have these interpersonal relationships with others, so we can see how we communicate and how we fulfill our own prophecies according to how people react to us and how we react to other people.
Mm.
I love that example, because I think that guy that you described is actually very common. I didn't think I'd have a chance to share this experience, but new roommate that moved in, she just moved out of a house where there was a guy who was very much like that fellow you described, very lonely, but he also had this very, I mean, you know, for lack of a better word, very weird relationship with females in his head, right? Every woman was extremely sexualized. He was obsessed with the butt and farting and all that stuff. And I mean, to the point, I say that because he would make any excuse to bring it up in conversation. Like, for example, she was telling me the one time, like, my mind was blown just hearing how bizarre this dude is. Really redneck dude, you know what I'm saying? Drinks all the time, has a great job, so he's got a bunch of money, but he's very lonely because his personality is kind of weird. But he was on a date once with the lady, and he goes, they're both sitting waiting for their table to be ready, and these two young girls walk in, right? You know, they're young girls and looking all nice. This dude, he's sitting next to his date, right? Now he lifts up his leg and lets one out as hell. And both of the girls look over at him, and he points at his date like, she did.
What?
Can you imagine how embarrassed this woman was, like being on a date with this dude, and this guy's acting like a complete clown? But this is the type of behavior that he's exhibiting on a basis because of just his relation in his head with like women and the sexualizing and the fart stuff. Like, and it's because he's so isolated and so alone. And, you know, there was times where she would talk about, you know, crying about it and stuff, but when you don't circulate that social energy between people, especially members of the opposite sex, you get locked in your head. And a lot of these fetishes and fantasies begin to become vritties that begin to overpower, you know, typical regular conversation. And it leaks out and you know, relationships like what you read in that story, how this guy becomes very voyeuristic and he's just staring, you know what I'm saying? While to him, he might notice that he's doing that because he's been isolated for so long. That's become his normal behavior. And other people
yeah.
Who does that?
Right. It's like an echo. It's like being in the echo chamber. You know what I mean? Like those, you know, what you put out comes back to you because you don't have anybody to bounce those things off of and get their opinion on those things. You don't learn proper social behavior because you're by yourself. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's unfortunate because people who often, when they reach that point, it's hard to undo that vritti. It's difficult.
Right.
You don't see it.
That's where you get incels from and stuff like that. And right.
And you know, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then they you know get out there and they start talking to each other and they yelling in echo chambers because they all feel the same way. because that's how life is interacting with them, because that's how they're interacting with life. That's how they putting it out there. So they get that back.
Right. They form their own little culture.
Right.
So the whole reason I brought that up and was so explicit with that is because, usually explicit visceral scenery sticks in your head, and that story sure stuck in my head. But just the point that she was a female and she used to live with this guy, and it began to get extremely uncomfortable for her because, naturally he began to continue getting bold enough to make all these sexual passes at her, and he's like damn near begging her, like, I'll pay you $200 to just show me a picture. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
wow. Yeah, you got to get
my
out of
mouth
there.
would be running.
Yeah. Yeah, she got to get out of there, because he's getting more comfortable. The more she's around, the more comfortable he's gonna get with that, and the more of himself he's gonna show.
And because he's got money, you know what I'm saying, and he's paying for stuff, like the bills and all the other things, he's starting to get to the point where he wants to kind of leverage that and put her in a comfortable position where picture of your stuff, you want to continue staying here.
Right.
So
I had a friend who actually was, it kind of created a little bit of divide between us, because there was a guy at our work who had so many issues, and he also was like lonely and isolated. And so he would target people who he considered weaker, even though he was quite obviously, the weakest link of any social circle, because he couldn't maintain relationships, right? Because he would just be so offensive with his behavior towards, just so many things. And he developed, so what he would do is he quite literally would just pay for his friendships. So I had a friend, and he would like pay and give her tickets to things, or he would pay stuff for her, he would give her money, and then they would hang out, like just kind of constantly. And I brought it up to her, like, hey, this isn't okay for you to be like, in my head, and at that time too, I was like, this isn't okay. But, I know that we can't tell people this, but at that time I was like, hey, that's not okay for you to be taking his money and promising him friendship if you don't feel that same way, especially just taking money as general, like you're using him. And she was like, yeah, but he's an asshole, so I'm justified because I can use him and then he can just pay me, and that's cool. Like, I'll take his money. But it created this very kind of sick relationship there, where neither one of them were ever really happy with one another. And she just kept having to deal with like this person on a constant basis. And I had to deal with him because she would bring him around, right? And I was very clearly not okay with this guy. So like, and so that created like a really big rift. But interestingly enough, I also saw myself doing the same thing recently. Not someone trying to buy me off or nothing like that, but I had a teacher who was being inappropriate in massage school. He was like, he was always on the border, so I didn't know where to set up. Like, there would be boundaries that I would set up, and then but it was never so clear cut. And I got asked about it. And this was my program where I was like, oh my God, this is how I responded. Again, this is why you got to watch yourself in social situations. So a couple of the girls came up to me and they were like, oh, Laura, you can tell that this dude likes you, right? And I was like, and my first answer, because I was so scared of their judgment of thinking that I was weak or not able to handle my own self, I said, yeah, well, as long as he gives me an A, what's up? And then I was like, like, what did I just say? And that was a conditioned response implemented not by my mother, but by my environment growing up of, I need to be a boss bitch. Let me make you do shit for me because I'm not weak, even though I know that you are sexually exploiting me, even though I know that you are exploiting me as a person. I'm just going to take it and use it against you. And I realized that is exactly like my friend who had taken the money from the guy who was also extremely offensive in return for friendship. It was the same type of toxic thing. So, thankfully I like did some reflection there and it was like, no, and that teacher ended up getting fired for other actions that he was doing with the day class and with other teachers. But I realized within myself how that environment from my early childhood created these certain vrittis and agreements that I had when it came to my own boundaries being crossed, especially by the opposite sex or by someone who was, I should just say in general, predatorial. So yeah, I think, it's pretty crazy how we can find out a lot about ourselves and the subconscious agreements we make in our minds when we're interacting with someone, especially with someone who makes us uncomfortable. Like it's a pretty interesting thing. Do you automatically cuss someone out if they get mad at you? Do you automatically are like, oh, bitch, or like, do you say something? Like, it's important for us to see our reactions.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm glad that girl left. I'm glad she left. It's, we can talk about these things and how to handle and prepare ourselves for these boundaries. But I think a lot of us have self-doubt as well. I think a lot of us have been very conditioned to have doubt in what we say. At least I do. That's a lot of things that I have to work through. Like if someone crosses my boundary, I may run my mouth if it's like, or I may be able to set up that boundary very clearly if I'm used to it and familiar. But if I feel like you're teetering on it and I'm not quite sure, it's hard for me to set up a boundary because then I'll be like, if it's outright offensive, I can be like, all right, this ends here. Mm-hmm. But if it teeters on something, I have self-doubt, and that's from an ingrained vritti of mine where mm-hmm. shame comes from standing up for myself.
Right. Mm-hmm. See how this stuff starts to tie in, she was where, because she was living with him for so long, he was getting comfortable, but that also means that she's getting used to the behavior. So it works both ways. A person like that, they have a little bit of common sense. They're not going to just come up to a woman and behave inappropriately. Over time, he tests the boundaries more and more and more.
Yep.
And she relaxes her defense to where it starts to get dangerous. And she didn't really see it until after leaving. Because that's what I do, just my conversation with people at therapy. So we're talking, and just in the conversation, really seeing how bizarre this behavior was. But when you're in the thick of it, you don't realize how bizarre it is. So it's like these are meant, being okay with that behavior, tolerating that behavior. That's a vritti in itself, because something must have happened to where you're telling yourself that it's okay to be treated this way. It's okay. It's okay. So if we have these type of situations in our life, very important to ask yourself, did I establish boundaries? Moving forward, when will I establish boundaries? Right now or gradually? And how will I do it? Right? Because you can change the process. You can start it. You may have tolerated it up to now, but every single moment you have direct control over the direction of your life. If you have that type of shit going on, think about boundaries. Don't be afraid of that person. Yes, they'll fight back because they want to keep doing it, but your safety is more important. Your mental health is more important. Boundaries.
And that's where too, you mentioned, I'm sorry, Steph, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Lou.
I was just going to say that's where too, we have to really break down that it's okay if they're not okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, I have this complex of, and it's from being very deep-seated, deep shame, that kind of stuff that, I think that we all have something like that, implanted different things, right? It could be guilt, it could be shame, whatever. In my case, I grew up from a very shame-based disciplinary system. And so in all of my actions, it was like, oh, I don't want you to feel like, I'm bringing shame to you or your family. I just really need this moment, and it's like, and boundaries make you feel like in such violation of that, you know, like, oh my God, I'm impeding on this person's life. And so there's a part where you just have to, and what I've been learning and continuing working on is that I just have to be okay with that. Like I've had someone very directly be like, well, you have no right to say that. Like, yeah, but your reaction is flawed in this way, la la la. And I'm just like, okay, well, you know what? I'm still proud of myself and I'm still going to do it this way. So I'm sorry if it upsets you, but this is how it is when you're interacting with me. And then, they have to like drop it. They have to be like, oh shit. Cause there's no way for them to respond after that because I'm just saying like, yo, this is where it's at. So, and this is how I'm going to play out my reality. But right now I'm starting to feel like this. And so I need this space, and it's okay if you're not okay with that. You're a different person, but this is how it's going to be from now on when you interact with me. And it feels good. And most likely that person who bothers you, the worst that happens is that person that bothers you eventually leaves you alone.
Yes.
Right.
Because they're going to get the same shit. And that's the other thing too. Be consistent with yourself.
Right.
If you set up a boundary, be consistent with that boundary. Unless you see some other thing that changes, then you go through a serious reassessment and determine whether or not you want to lower that boundary. Because I think too, a lot of us get into, like I used to have this issue in the group home, which happens so often. It's issues with control. You don't want to get into a fight for control. You don't want to take control from another person. You just want to help yourself remain in control. So is this a power trip that you're going down? Or is this just real constructive boundary work that's going down? And we got to do that with ourselves all the time. But being consistent will really help with clarifying that.
Yep. I was going to say something similar to that. And you got to be okay with that. Like you were saying, you got to be okay with that, because if you didn't set those boundaries and somebody crossed you in your mind where you should have set those boundaries, the only person that you're gonna be mad at is yourself. After all is said and done, you're gonna beat yourself up because you didn't set those boundaries and it was your fault. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and we have to watch and what's your definition of a boundary? Is it going to limit you, or is a boundary something that empowers you, that helps you, that you can fill with love? Because you can set loving boundaries. They don't have to be harsh and they don't have to be mean.
You know what? I mean, when you really think about it, how could a boundary be mean unless you're dealing with somebody who is, manipulative or overstepping that boundary, or some type of narcissist? You know what I'm saying? Like, say, for example, I'm not going to allow someone to, speak negatively about me, down on me, consistently for no reason. There's certain language I'm not going to accept, right? How could that be mean to somebody unless there's a person who wants to do that, unless that's somebody's natural behavior to treat other people that way? I guess what I'm saying is nobody should be upset by your boundaries unless that person is not somebody that you want to have in your life.
Mm-hmm.
So the boundary should fit the situation. So there wouldn't be no mean boundary if somebody is coming at you hard like that. You have to set the boundary according to the situation. So if somebody is teetering, like Laura said, if somebody is teetering on those boundaries, it wouldn't be as harsh as if, like Trav said, if somebody is talking down on you. So the boundary has to fit the offense.
Yeah.
Right.
Versus, like, say, for example, you try to disguise your control manipulation as boundaries, right? And that can happen too. People call it boundaries, but really they're being manipulative in how they want you to behave. So it all comes down to knowing yourself, knowing your comfort, your self-respect, your self-esteem, your self-worth, self-value, understanding all those things. It's better to focus on that than to focus on your boundaries or how you want people to act. You get what I'm saying? It's better to focus on how you see yourself. Because when you are able to see yourself clearly, all that other stuff just lines up. Like, I don't walk around thinking to myself, nobody's going to talk bad about me and I'm not going to tolerate that. I'm not thinking that. What I'm thinking is, I love myself. I appreciate myself. I'm talking to myself in a certain way. So when I hear language coming at me that doesn't fit the way I talk to myself, I'm out of there. Like, we don't have any business. We have nothing to, I don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want your money. If you got this nasty attitude, right? I don't want you in my reality. That's my choice.
And again, they're self-fulfilling their own prophecy of being isolated, because they're not just doing it to you. They're doing it to other people,
And
because
themselves.
they are fulfilling their own prophecy. They're fulfilling their own fantasy about themselves. I got people talking shit about me all the time
like you
at
say,
my
a
work. And, you know, and I know though, and it's so clear, not just to myself, but to many others, that it's that they do this in their environment to feel powerful, because they are so miserable. They're miserable. And I'm not giving them what they want in that moment. So man, do they get upset. And so they try to bring me down to that level. They try to bring me to a misalignment with myself, because we are social creatures. We look for the appraisal of others so we can, because that's how we originally got our view of ourselves in this identity, in this reality here that we're living. So that is an ingrained training system that we all have. So as adults, we have to make it a point to pick our environments wisely. And that even means that people around you insulting you or talking smack or whatever, do you really want that within your environment, or do you want someone else? Do you want something else? You don't have to agree to it. And those people are going to be looking for, in a twisted sense, they're looking for your appraisal, but not out of, you know, oh, I want them to appreciate me. It's I want them to see how they're wrong and I'm right. That's how I can get their appraisal. That's how I can get my value in this world.
Right.
And if you don't give it, then we ain't got nothing to discuss.
I like what, where's it at? In the chat here. I like what Twilight Sun Shaman of Lilith says. Control is the absence of power. And, you know, that kind of reminds me of what we were reading in Power versus Force, how it makes a distinction about power being natural and organic and really being something when you're in alignment, versus force when you're trying to force a situation that is not natural. And force happens at the lower levels. These same people that you're talking about, Alora, who have a habit pattern of speaking negatively about other people and themselves. For example, the anger, right? It's anger directed towards self, but sometimes that manifests as anger directed towards some other group of people or individual. Shame, it's not just shame about themselves, but they project that shame onto other people, trying to make other people feel ashamed. So there's people who, they live in this world and they're trying to force situations to reflect their inner reality, right? You see people who try to surround themselves with quote unquote weaker people that they can manipulate and dominate and make feel terrible, and at the same time make them dependent upon them so they can continue that pathology. That's a vritti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you'll, yeah. And, you know, there it is again. Like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like I'm looking at this other story here in this, and it talks about this woman who has a personality disorder. So a personality disorder, right? What is that? That is a form of narcissism. And that comes from a very early age, from like babyhood, where there was an extreme amount of abuse that took place, where the child had to rely on themselves to survive. So that means that mom or dad was not around to help them when they were crying or to give them food. And so the child, in order to survive, did desperate things in order to get the food or in order to comfort themselves. And so the perspective of life then changed to, I am the most important person because no one else is there. This is the base for narcissism. These are personality disorders because they are, or AKA antisocial or sociopathic disorders, right? Because they are no longer able to work in a social setting because they never had it to begin with. So they literally cannot relate to other people. They think someone's going to use them or whatever. And so they distort reality and their projection onto others. So this woman in this group, right, she has a personality disorder. And she entered the group for disabling depression, okay? Says that a subjective state of disintegration and a tendency to develop panic when left alone. All of Nancy's symptoms had been intensified by the threatened breakup of a small commune in which she lived. Ah, so she's one of the hippies with the, with the personality disorder. They're everywhere, man. So she had long been sensitized to the breakup of nuclear units. As a child, she had felt it was her task to keep her volatile family together. And now as an adult, she nurtured the fantasy that when she married, the various functions among her relatives would be permanently reconciled. Now that's the base of, that's like one of her vritties, right? That she goes into this group for. But there are other layers to this because it ends up not being the main issue. So what she does, right, is her real behaviors were then evoked a little bit over time because it would appear that, so like, for example, the absence of a member would unsettle her. In fact, so much later that in a debriefing interview at the termination of therapy, this woman remarked that she often felt so stunned by the absence of any member that she was unable to participate in the entire session. So all of a sudden, the focus goes onto other people and it no longer pertains to them, right? And it's just about the situation. How many of us deal with people like this, where it's all about the other person? It's all about what else is going on. I came here for my own issue, but I can't focus on myself because you're causing me disturbance.
Right. Projection. Even down to like the smallest level, no matter what, you won't address the actual issue, which is what's going on in here and in here. Quick to run to something else, anything else. I got to make sure the dog is okay.
Right. Oh, I have depression. I'm willing to work on that. But as soon as we bring out something else, I don't want to work on that. Let me focus on this or on that. No, we're not going to bring this up now. I have an issue with money. Okay, let's work on the money. I need to feel value and appreciation from others. And I feel like if I don't have money, then I won't get that appreciation. But we're not going to look at that. We're just going to look at my money. Let's look at the financial issue.
I don't want you to solve my actual problem. Just make me feel like we're solving my problem.
Right. And what's your problem trying to look at that? What's your problem then?
Talking about me. What about you? What? You came to me.
Right. And that's where in the Vritti's book, like, it's so important for that self-reflection that they make that a very big point, is checking out like what Vrittis are and how they're holding you hostage to your own prophecy.
Vrittis. I love how what you have read just ties in with this. I mean, because we're talking about psychology, honestly. And that's what the essence of magic really is, understanding your psychological makeup.
I was reading in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and he was talking about, and they were talking about how, even when it comes to rituals, there's always a base to stuff. you know, like in spell casting, there's always a base, but it really depends on your own personal resonance, because no matter, your truth is going to be different. Your truth is going to be to you. So it should never exactly mirror anyone else. Now imagine though, if you're spending your life mirroring others because of these vrittis, you're mirroring the relationship you have with your mother. You're mirroring the relationship you have with your father. You're mirroring all this other shit that you have unsettled. How is that going to play a part in your spell casting?
Mm. Mm. Go ahead.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so crucial. Like, there's context and there's content. These spells are the content, but you set the context, right? We can talk all day about demons and candles and Kabbalah, but if what's going on in here and in here has a funky context, you're going to take everything I said and try to squeeze it into that context, as I have seen.
Yep, me too. That Goetia is going to become a rabid beast because that Goetia is a personification of some shit that you did not deal with.
Right. And that's the power source for these things. Also, like, the fact that they exist is because it's almost like when you have that paper mache gel stuff and you stick your hand in it and it makes a mold, and then you can fill it with some goop and then have your own version of it. Well, the Goetia are like that mold. There's only certain vrittis that a human being experiences. Matter of fact, if you read the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, I believe it's verse 1.5, 1.4 and 5, it describes the 5 types of vrittis that you can have, which is right thought, wrong thought, imagination, memory, and sleep. But anyway, when we talk about these goetic spirits or any system of spirits, and I say system because they work together in a group, it's not just one or two of them. When you deal with any system of spirits, they're kind of like that mold that you can pour the gel into and get your own version of it. That's why they're able to be described. Oh, this spirit handles this type of vritti. If you work with Citri, that type of vritti is going to attract people who resonate on that type of vritti. If you try Andras, you're going to attract. If you deal with Marcosius, if you deal with Baal, if you deal with Glacia Labolis, any of those entities, there are 72 different vrittis that are extremely common in humanity. Now, if you've got some stuff that ain't handled and settled there, you're literally playing with some volatile chemicals here, because you're going to upset your own already distorted balance. This is why it's so important to manage your own mental modifications before getting into that stuff.
Yeah, like I see the Goetia like practicing, like training martial arts. Like I totally recommend people train martial arts. That's an interpersonal relationship that gets you that raw energy quick. Because, for example, for me, like, Goetia is like getting punched in the face, right? like it's something to help me, but it's raw energy. Now I can choose to channel up all my anger and distress from my burnt childhood into that and try to unleash it onto someone else. And you know what happens? I may see red, but I'm going to get hit a lot more because I lose all of my technique. I lose everything that has to do with being able to see what's actually in front of me. All of a sudden, the opponent becomes an enemy, and I underestimate because I'm so mad. I just think about my one focus. And so I go in and that energy goes insane. And the next thing you know, I'm getting knocked out because it was the opponent who saw me for what I was able to assess my movements and was able to take charge because they stayed they maintained their frame. Goetia very much like that. Goetia are like that to me. I see the Orishas as the same thing. I used to fuck with Orishas when I first got into capoeira, and I remember the elders would like kind of look at me and be like, "Ooh, girl, you sure? Like you're a little Western. Like, are you sure you're ready for this?" And I'd be like, "Yes, I'm fine. I'm a Wicca, whatever." Oh man. And then, and then like some shit with Shango would happen. I'd be like, "What the fuck?" you know, like this is scary. And, you know, and then I heard from other people like, oh yeah, don't mess with them, that kind of thing. But Orishas are the same as Goetia, same as angels, same as all of that. It's raw energy. It's what you do with that raw energy and how you're perceiving yourself in that and how you're utilizing that energy. You know, a lot of times they say, don't ask for nothing. When you do these rituals, don't ask for shit. That's how you're going to get the best result, because you are able to identify the energy for what it is. And then it can go to use in a manner that best serves you. But yeah, so I see Goetia, like, you know, Goetia, all of that as very much as like just being punched in the face and then you dealing with that emotion. And what is that emotion? And can you see through it, or does it blind you?
Like it, getting punched in the face.
Yeah.
I like it. So you train you said Muay Thai, right?
I train Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, Capoeira, and boxing.
Okay, yeah. I train Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu.
Huh? You train Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu?
Yeah. I got my I'm only in Jiu-Jitsu. I'm only my white belt, and I hadn't trained since I moved back to Arkansas. But I got my gi and all of my headgear and shin pads and gloves. You do venom gloves? You like the venom?
Venom gloves
Yeah, the gloves. The company Venom.
for Muay Thai?
Yeah, that's what my Muay Thai gear is. I'll show it to you.
Ah,
but yeah.
cool. Okay. No, I just got wraps that the gym provides me, and then so I just use like wraps, and then like my gloves. I'm not really too unfortunately, I'm not too particular on equipment. So I'm just like, what's cheap and what can I use,
I'm not.
you know?
That's just what I got. Yeah, what's cheap? Yeah,
Okay.
what's cheap? That's why I like this stuff, because I can get it on sale. With that company, they have like end of the year sales and stuff like that. But I didn't mean to take the conversation to this though, but I'm just showing my gear. But yeah, I got a couple of. I bought these because they were on sale, but they got the Mexican joint.
Hey.
Yeah, but that's the Venom that I was talking about. This the company Venom. But
Okay.
these are my a pair of my gloves. I got a couple of them, and my headgear and shin guards. I even got wrestling shoes for. I don't like to be on the mat with my bare feet, so I use wrestling shoes. But
That's cool.
yeah, I'm into it too. All my wraps, but yeah, all my gear is in here. UFC gloves. I like beating people up, man. That's my thing. I don't know why I'm really violent, but
I'm very Martian myself. Again, it's like dealing with Goetia, right? Like I like feeling that power. I like feeling empowered. But what I like more is learning the technique.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah, because there is an art form, and it's the
That's
same
an
thing.
art, yes.
Like spell casting is an art. Like it's all, like when it's dealing with raw energy, and it's not just from you. So yeah, I find it very beneficial, very, very beneficial.
Yeah,
but
I love it.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, you're dealing with, you trumping up in martial arts, you churning up that energy and you directing it to those techniques, and you learn how to do them more efficiently. You learn how to do them, put more power into it, because if you don't know how to throw a kick, if you throw it too hard, you're going to hurt yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, you have to learn how to throw a kick properly. You have to learn how to land a kick properly. You know what I'm saying? Before you want to put all that power into it. And then you learn control. Then you learn you don't have to put all of that power into it, if you have proper technique. You know what I mean? So it's just I've always grown up like sports is like that to me. You know what I mean? And it's always been a structure, and I was just talking to my friend last night, and I was realizing that that's what's missing because I'm retired and I don't play anymore, and I'm missing that structure in my life, so I have to create it on my own, but it was so easy when it was done for me. It was so easy when it was done for me, man. And that's why I'm looking for a system, because it's there, it's put there. All you got to do is put forth the effort, just like in martial arts. They teaching you the technique. All you got to do is come in every day and put forth the effort.
So are y'all two saying that working with goetic spirits or spirits in general is comparable to martial arts or even a sport, to where you've got to have the discipline, and the discipline is in using the energies effectively and constructively, but not allowing them to use you?
Yes.
100%.
Are you saying that the reason for training and practice is that when you step into the ring and you feel that first piece of pain, the typical person, when they feel that first piece of pain, they see that red and they go into fight or flight instantly. But you're saying that the training, repetitive training, is so that when you feel that sting, instead of jumping to fight or flight, you jump to your training. You jump to what you've learned over the years. You jump to a sense of control and discipline.
Right, because that becomes the instinct. You know what I mean? Like you said, the instinct is naturally fight or flight. You know what I'm saying? Most people, it's going to be flight. But when you train that as the instinct. You know what I mean? So when you do encounter that adversity, because it's going to come, because sports in general, martial arts and all of that, is force versus force. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to feel that adversity. You're not just kicking somebody, you getting kicked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And choked.
Adversity is coming. Yeah. And choked. And all of that.
Knocked out.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So you got to be ready for it. You got to be ready for it on all levels. But like I was saying, when you do it repetitively over and over again, when that adversity comes, because it's going to come, you revert back to what you trained as the instinct, and that is the technique.
The instinct becomes the technique that you've been training. And what I heard you say is, you're not also kicking, you're getting kicked. So if we're relating, because remember the metaphor, what metaphor you choose to believe in, you take all of it with you. So you're saying that when you're training in the ring, when you're not just kicking, you're learning how to take a kick. You're not just, when boxing, it's not just learning how to punch, it's learning how to take that punch. So you're saying even with football, you're not learning how to just tackle and hit, you're learning how to take a hit. So are you saying that when working with these spirits, if you're one who wants to go out and send demons to go attack somebody, or even for that matter, if you're trying to cast a spell to manipulate someone into sex, right? Or if you're trying to throw out some demons to get some quick cash, are you saying that we're dealing with energy, which means that balance has to take place, a give and a take?
Yes, sir.
And a perspective. So another thing I love about it is when you're learning technique, most of the time, the technique is going to have the least effort. When you're efforting too much, that's when you're losing, because you're expending all of your energy.
Yes.
Whereas when you are finding the lane, is what they call it, you're able to use less energy and less force to get the desired result every time. So even though you're getting kicked, you may not even be there by the time the kick comes, or you're using that as an opportunity to claim space in another area. Right. So you are always, so that technique and that instinct is to train yourself. So then you are always seeking the lane. You are always seeking the opportunity. Even when obstacles appear, they then become a use for your benefit. Because you go, now you're open.
Right.
Now there's this part, because your focus is now over here. But that means that your arm is up, or you're reacting in this way. Now I can use this to manipulate or create, use your force against you.
Yes.
What were you saying, stuff? Resistance? What's that phrase?
I was saying the path of least resistance.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because she was saying, when you learn the technique, that you learn the technique is so fluid that you expend the least amount of energy. You know what I mean? And that's the whole point. You know what I mean? Is that you want to be as streamlined as you can in your technique. You know what I mean? Like when you see people throw a kick, you can tell, if you know what a kick is, you can tell the difference between somebody that knows how to throw a kick and somebody that's just out there just bullshit.
Just
You know what I'm
flailing.
saying? Just flailing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's somebody that knows how to throw a kick, their leg is like a fucking laser.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And somebody that's just flailing, they're all over the fucking place. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Which one y'all kick me?
And the people who flail or who don't know how to kick, they can put off the biggest game, whatever, right? But they don't get respect because they're the ones that cause pain that's undue. The professional can literally, they're like you ever see those kung fu movies where like the blade reaches someone and it just is their neck and it may cut off a piece of their hair, but it stops. Like that's what fighters look for in each other.
Yeah.
Is the ability of that control.
That's control. Yeah, that's control. Because even when I was playing ball, we didn't like to go against rookies because they didn't know how to practice and get the most out of practice. They were just trying to go hard all the time and impress and impress and impress instead of us getting our work in the most streamlined, most energy efficient way so we can save each other for Sunday. You know what I'm saying? So we can save each other for Sunday. But I mean, and that's and I don't like sparring with people that just walk in the gym. It's the same thing. I don't like because they want to hit you all hard, and you're like, oh, okay, all right, but you end up hurting those people.
Well, that's right, and that's exactly like dealing with Goetia too, or sending a curse after someone. Right? You don't just hurt yourself; you hurt everyone else around you. And then the result is never going to be beneficial because everyone gets hurt for a stupid reason. Everyone looks at you and is like, why did you do that? You know, like, what was the point? What was the point?
Right. They had this dude come in the gym that I was training in when I was in Texas. And I had been in there for about a year. So I was feeling myself. And it was a dude who came in. He just came in off the streets. And he wanted to train, and they would let people come in, and you could train for free, like for a couple of days or whatever, see if you liked it. So he was training with a couple of the. It was a parents class because we paid for our kids to train, and we got to train for free. So you had a lot of like older men in there, like over 50 and stuff like that, just trying to get themselves together. Wanted to lose weight and wanted to learn a technique, you know what I mean? Because their kids was doing it, you know what I'm saying? So they wanted something to relate to. So this young kid come in and he gets matched up with one of the older dudes. And he's over there, you know what I'm saying? Feeling himself, moving around the old guy, you know what I'm saying? Beating him up, hitting him too hard. And he did that to about 2 people. And they come over to me and they like, hey, why don't you go over there and show him what's up? And I was like, oh, okay, it's like that, okay. So I went over there and I touched the kid up. You know what I'm saying? I touched him up, you know what I mean? And coach, after that, coach stopped practice and he went into a spiel about, you know what I'm saying, about the kid and telling them, letting them know pretty much the ropes, you know what I'm saying? You came in here thinking you was hot shit, but you got paired up with somebody that kind of fucked your shit up. You know what I'm saying? He was like, you know, cool out and you know what I'm saying, and learn. And you're not in here trying to showboat or show out, you know what I'm saying? It was 50-year-old men, you're a 20-year-old kid. You know what I'm saying? Chill out, you know what I mean? But that was a funny thing, you know what I mean? Because I touched them up real good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I had a similar with a teacher. There was so I used to belong to a group that came for Capoeira Angola that came from Bahia, and they were like rebel punk type crew, but it was like super cool, you know? And when they left, there was a group in town who did a different form of capoeira that you see a lot in the United States. They have the white pants and a belt and all that kind of shit. It's called Haitian now. And this group, so this group, so that's a different form than what I train. This group, they had this form and they asked us to share what Angola is. And so myself and the leader of the group, we go, and throughout that whole time, this teacher is throwing just mad shade at us. Like, and he's trying to, because he is threatened. So he like has to puff his chest, right? And that kind of thing, and saying all these slights and stuff. But he can't make it through the class, right? Like it's too intense for him. And he, these little things. And during a game, he and I are sparring, and he tries to pull some dirty shit. And I go underneath and I throw him out of the hoda. And everyone's like, that's great, la la. And I was younger, right? And so I was like, yeah, I'm the shit. But in the end, it was kind of a lesson for us both, in that sense that, there's a saying that's cuidado que você cascar. So be careful of what you hunt. Be careful of what you hunt. So he was trying to hunt what he thought to be defenseless prey in order for him to validate his own practice. And in the course, he got himself hurt. But at that same end, he puffed up my chest a little bit, which in the end, which in the end is not really good for anyone. So it's important to, like a real master is in control of themselves at all times. So even if someone or something does come up to you, you can put them in their place, but they still can just get a good enough beating that they might want to come back and learn.
Right.
And that's the goal. That's the mastership. You don't want to just put someone into submission and then not have them want to come back.
Right.
Yeah. And so that's just, but again, that's a matter of perspective. Like in this book, I was kind of reading as you guys were talking, like,
Nifa, thank you for coming.
The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. And this says,
wait, before you read that, hold on. Hanifa, did you get your microphone to work?
No. Wait.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if that's normal. I don't know what's going on.
At least I can hear your accent.
Yeah.
You can hear me, but you can't hear me.
That's all that comes through is your accent.
Yeah, I don't, it's like this weird, like robot sound.
No, don't worry. Hopefully next week I'll sort it out.
Uh-oh. I didn't hear that.
Peace.
Man. Let's see. Okay, so in this passage, they're talking about being the true seer. So it says, you are the true seer. You are not the body nor the mind. You are the knower or seer. You always see your mind and body acting in front of you. You know that the mind creates thoughts. It distinguishes and desires. The seer knows that, but is not involved in it. But to understand the internal peaceful you, the mind must be quiet. Otherwise, it seems to distort the truth. If I explain this through an analogy, it will probably be easier to understand. You are the seer who wants to see itself. How? Even in the case of your physical face, if I ask if you have ever seen it, you have to say no, because it is the face that sees. The face itself is the seer or the subject. What it sees in the mirror is its image, the scene or the object. If the mirror is corrugated, curved, concave, or convex, will you be able to see your true face? No, it will appear to be awful, too big or too high, too full of waves. You will be worried seeing this? No, you will immediately know something is wrong with the mirror. You are seeing a distorted reflection. Only if the mirror is perfectly smooth and clean will it give you the true reflection. And only then can you see your face as it is. In the same way, the seer or true you reflects in the mind which is your mirror. Normally, you can't see the true self because your mind is colored. If the mind is dirty, you say, I am dirty. If it's all polished and shining, I am beautiful. That means you think you are your reflection in the mind. If the mind has a lot of waves, like the surface of a lake, you will be seeing a distorted reflection. If the water of the mental lake is muddy or colored, you see yourself as muddy or colored. To see the true reflection, see that the water is clean and calm and without any ripples. When the mind ceases to create thought forms, or when the chittam is completely free from vrittis, it becomes as clear as a still lake, and then you see your true self. So does this mean, go ahead.
Which verse was that?
It's on page 6. It's 3. It's then the seer self abides in his own nature.
1.3?
Yeah. 3. Yeah, I guess it's 1.3.
Wow. So it really does depend on understanding which level of self we're looking at and looking out of. Like, we have enough common sense to look in the mirror and tell if the mirror is wonky and our reflection is wonky, that's not us. That's because the mirror is wonky. We have enough common sense to know that. But that's for someone to look at that mirror that's wavy and convex or concave and to see their reflection and say, oh, I look horrible. That's the equivalent of somebody identifying with their vrittis. That's the equivalent of somebody who lives a fear-based life, a shame-based life, an anger-based life, a depressed pride. You know, that's the definition of somebody who's living their life through a vritti.
Right. When we continue to see things as a threat instead of what they are, we can't see the true picture. Things exist, but not always as they appear.
Things exist. Appearances deceive. Appearances are based on what's in your chitta. It's based on your samskaras. Again, like I mentioned, if you continue in verse 1.4, he talks about, or 1.5, he talks about the 5 different kinds of vrittis, which are right perception, wrong perception, sleep, memory, and imagination. So we talk about wrong perception. That's like you look on the ground and you see a rope and you jump and freak out because you think it's a snake. That's wrong perception. A lot of people are living out a wrong perception. And it's easy to track and see how wrong perception can cause so many problems in life because the appearances of a thing deceive.
Right. And even what we see as pleasurable can lead to pain. So it's also a vritti.
Bro, that's crazy.
I have a question.
Go.
Yo.
All right. Because in the book on page 32, when I was reading it, when they was talking about tension, I think it was very interesting because what I have written down, I was taking notes of earlier. She was talking about like the let me see. So I was even reading before that. She was talking about the Ashashana, right? I don't think I'm pronouncing it right, Ashashana. And she's talking about like discipline, you know what I mean? And she goes in talking about how, you know, the 2 words mean Anna means subtle, and then Shashana means the governor rule. So I'm feeling like it's very interesting because there's this whole like 2 paragraphs. She goes really into something that I think hits home. And she talks about like, you know, having tension in the body, and having tension is the subtle manifestation of the mind over which you do not have any control. If the mind is agitated, there is tension. So when I was reading that, and I was like, well, when you agitate something, you're just technically like moving it, you're jostling something up. So when you take something like, you know, and I was thinking about your mind, you're taking your mind from one, say, sattvic way to maybe the rajasic or a tamastic way, you know. And I have a lot written down, but it's very interesting because once you get agitated and you get put in a place where you feel uncomfortable, tension, you know. So I was like, oh shit. So then I also have written down earlier, which kind of, I forgot how, because this was earlier, like an hour ago. So, but it's very interesting when you listen to Snyder, some of Snyder's videos, and he goes into talking about, I forgot the exact process he goes into, but when he talks how pretty much how the mind hears something and then it relays it, and then it goes through like a whole filter process, you know, this distortion. Oh, this is where it comes back to. So bam. So your whole mind hears it, and you can hear something, you know, we're talking the day-to-day aspects. We're talking about martial arts, certain ways, how we, you know, these vrittis, you know, going back to the vrittis. So then she goes on and says, and this is where Snyder comes in play, that tension needs not to be consciously, but it also could be subconscious and unconscious. Boom, boom. So that means, and this goes back to where I brought up Snyder, is because the input we put in, or we're getting from the external world, you know, it goes to these filters, this, and that. And then going back to what we was talking about a little bit earlier ago, which is just the funny part, because you talked about this a lot, these frameworks that we have already notions from our house and from growing up, from when we were little, all these other things that are into play. It's a lot. But then that's why I have, like, you have to go back and do a complete reframing of how we perceive things, you know? Because if we keep on going have we been going before we like started learning all this stuff, you're going to get caught in this kind of loop, it seems like, you know? Because you don't have the proper things set up to, you know, if something happens, you'll be like, well, how do I, you know? So this is why I find this very interesting, because then this helps a lot of stuff, you know? But at the end of the day, it's going to have to go back to I think a reframing of how we see things.
Absolutely. That's awesome. So what you mentioned from Snyder, did he talk about how when we receive stimulus and we start to allocate it into the different aspects of our memory, it undergoes a process, rather when we recall it, it undergoes a process of deletion, generalization, and distortion. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yep. And then he referenced to the guy opening the door and all that stuff. Yeah. Yep. And that's what we have to go through. I feel like that process right there is happening, you know, when it's like, it's kind of hard to express it, but like, yeah, that process right there, I feel like it's happening especially when she talks about this tension. That's, you know, if you keep on reading the whole thing, that's where a lot of it is coming down to, where people aren't in the sattvic state when in other states, you know, other two.
Yeah, and finishing up that one sentence you were saying, tension does not need to be conscious. It can also be subconscious and unconscious, affecting the entire personality, body, mind, and emotions. Once there's tension, peace and happiness disappear from life. And tension, as what he was saying, is it's a subtle manifestation of a mind over which you have no control. Tension is basically, you know, any type of disturbance, the subtle expressions distort the mind, cloud the intellect, and destroy peace. If the mind is agitated, there is tension. If it's agitated, the vrittis, what do? Agitate the mind. So it's not about it being something that causes joy or sadness or anger. All of it agitates. The mind goes from being still to being agitated. Like you guys were saying, that happiness, that joy will eventually come to a crash. Just like drinking a couple of Red Bulls, you're not going to stay high forever. Some of y'all might do something that's a bit harder than Red Bull, and you definitely know you don't stay up there forever. Likewise, with the mind, the highs have to come down. It's called balance.
But that's also this chapter was pretty fire, yo.
Really was.
Like so much shit highlighted. I'm just looking over it, you know. And it's just, I like when Well, let's go from the beginning. It says, if you are able to cultivate your strength of mind, you are increasing your level of sattvas. You are evoking the qualities in which will help you progress in life. You know what I mean? So like most of the times, see, when we're in that tension state, we're not focusing on the good stuff that we have the qualities of, you know, or focus on like the negative aspects, like, you know, we're identifying with those versus why you know, somebody be like, oh, you might do that well, but oh, I'm also good at this. And most people don't have that. And that's when they say weakness defines your limits.
Mm-hmm.
If you have insecurity, anxieties for the future, intense passion, continuous overwhelming, the Tama is predominate in your life. And she just lots of bombs.
Yo, and now let's take that, right? And apply it to spellcasting when talking to stuff, right? So in here, let's take like Gusian, for example, right? To evoke the power of Gusian is to reveal the true desires that lie behind your obsessions, to make former friends respect one another, to make others respect you and your ideas, to make those in your presence feel a sense of awe, to sense the future of a relationship. How many of those are vrittis for people?
Oh, yeah.
How many of those are things that people use as self-identifiers? But it manifests as just a desire that they want to accumulate.
Vrittis. Alora, that's not the one with BBC Citry, is it? BBC Citry in a bag of weed?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it is.
One where he describes Citry as having the gigantic penis, and you got to have a bag of weed to summon him as well. I saw the back of it. I think
I don't think so. I don't think it's the same one.
Okay. That shit was terrible.
You summon a couple of different Goetia if you do that.
It looks like from the back. I know I have that one. I can just tell from the back. But anyways, yeah, that's what he was talking about here, even on, let's see, was it page 17. You're always seeking to impress others so that you are recognized as somebody special. That's everyone's quest, recognition. So these vrittis that we have, these disturbances of mind, it is very selfish. It is very selfish, and it's seeking. I think that's where the ahamkara, the ego's influence, comes into play, because it's seeking to establish itself as somebody who is worthy of attention. Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. I'm special. I'm special. The nature of your whims is expressing itself to impress others.
Crazy. That's so real. That's that keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah.
So yeah, that goes. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and that's where when manifesting, like in one of Trav's videos recently, he was like, this is how you manifest anything you want really fast. You know, you just do, you focus, right? That's the first thing. You got to focus on what you want. Well, how do you know what you really want if all you're seeing is through the vritti?
Good point. You know what you want if you're still on body autopilot. See, people, and again, that free will again. Everyone thinks that they've got this free will, but if you're not tracing the origin of this will, it's not free. You're operating through a vritti. So you're even pulling down this powerful magical ability, and you're just channeling it through a vritti, as opposed to using it for something to eliminate these vrittis. Because I don't, in Taught with Shooting, what she was talking about was we have 4 levels of our being. Yeah, in the chapter 7 of talking about Antakarana, she was talking about we've got 7 aspects of, excuse me, not 7. We've got 4 dimensions of mind, and this is on page 51. She says in yoga, the mind is classified in 4 stages: conscious, subconscious, unconscious, and transcendental. Now, the Antakarana, it has evolved out of a combination of the 3 gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. And quality of experience, your quality of experience is largely determined by the pervading influence of these cosmic principles. She goes on to say that manas and chitta, being a part of the conscious and subconscious awareness, dominate the actions and thoughts in the conscious and subconscious states. In other words, these lower levels of mind are the levels that deeply affect your behavior and your vrittis. And the real purpose and point of doing any type of magic or spiritual path is to access that transcendental level, right? We're already operating through the conscious, the subconscious, and the unconscious, but it's that transcendental level that we're trying to reach. That's the goal and the attainment of the spiritual path, is reaching that aspect of self that's beyond the vrittis. There's a level of self that's beyond the vrittis. And that's where buddhi comes into play. Because if you're not operating from that level, then you're operating from these lower levels that are dominated by rajas and tamas. That's why I said that. The conscious mind, the subconscious mind, those are heavily influenced by a rajasic nature and a tamasic nature, which is why we want to cultivate harmony, peace, and balance so that we can start to operate on a sattvic nature. And that's the middle path. The sattvic nature is what gets us access to the transcendental nature, which is beyond influence of the vrittis. I know that was a lot, but it'll make sense when you start studying this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday I got into a talk with Curve, shout out to Curve, and we were talking about astrology and how a lot of times, like I even for myself kind of fell victim to using the planetary alignments and, you know, and telling me who I was, instead of allowing myself to read who I am through the chart, right? So like there is a chart, and you are probably going to resonate with a lot of stuff that happens, but you also, excuse me, you also have to watch out with the fact that that within itself is a mirror that someone else has constructed. So when you're looking into astrology and you're looking into what resonates or your path and all this kind of stuff, it's up to you as the individual to also have your own interpretation of it, because not everyone's definition is going to suit you. Every house has infinite possibilities of what could be and how it could manifest in your life. Same with planetary influences. My Mars is debilitated, but I'm very Martian in the sense that I love martial arts, right? I love all this stuff. And it's in the 12th house. I have a bunch of planets in the 12th house, which to regular astrologers are like, oh shit, like you have a whole bunch of loss in your life, right? But for me, in my interpretation of it, and the way how it's played out for me because of this, I'm sorry, I'm cooking with chili in the background, so it's starting to kick in. But anyway, so like the way how it's playing out, oh, I gotta leave one. So the way how it's playing out, oh, it's too spicy. It's too spicy. Anyway, so oh my God. Okay. So the way how the 12th houses are playing out, right? Like in my 12th house, the way I see it is that, yeah, I have gone through loss and shit, but my perspective of loss is different. I don't see it as a loss. I use it as an empowerment. So for me, the 12th house isn't the house of loss. It's the house where there is empowerment through the dark, right? So like in astrology, I think a lot of people kind of go for a literal interpretation, and I have too in the past, but it's a lot more like a dream where you have your basic concepts, but from that you come up with your own interpretation. And in the end, you know, you're going to do whatever you're going to do, because now is always the right time for you doing whatever you're doing. So that was kind of, I think, one thing too that we, you know, because we were talking about Goetia and spellcasting and all of that, and what kind of comes along in occult studies too is astrology. And that is a big topic for people. And they kind of use that, I think, as an excuse for their vrittis instead of, and it's not.
That's what I was trying to find. There's a lot of people that get so excited about astrology, and it goes from trying to understand the science, because that's how I approach it. So my vritti is, I'm assuming everyone is trying to understand the science. But when you listen, you start to quickly see that there are certain people who just take it as an excuse for their behavior, and they start using it as a crutch. And it's like, yo, this is not what that's not what we're intending to do here. But, you know, it's the same kind of person where they're going to jump to whatever thing sounds good and use it as an excuse for behaviors. But it all boils down to someone who believes that control is external, that the control of their lives is external, that their behavior is external. They have no say in the matter. So it could be astrology's making me act this way, or the fact that I'm working with these spirits, they're doing this to me in my life, or it's your fault that I am this way, you know. Same root operating system. We're just using different pieces of content to fill in that context. But even that can be overcome.
If you feel that you're bound by any type of planetary ruler or something like that, just talking about like astrology, or if you feel like you're bound to an Goetia or something like that, the way that they brought up in the yoga of Patanjali is you're not trying to take everything from your brain. You're not trying to take it all away, because that's going to make your monkey mind act like crazy even more. Then it's going to be like, what are you taking from me? You know, instead,
Start becoming obsessed with it.
Yeah, you start becoming obsessed with what you're trying to take out, because the brain is like, what the fuck are you doing? Whereas if you start to replace it and you're like, no, you can still have these thoughts. You can still be ruled. You can still have an influence of this planetary ruler or whatever. But instead of seeing it this way, we're going to now implement this planetary ruler into it, or we're going to start implementing this perspective of what's happening. So then you aren't completely negating this pattern, but instead reshaping it. And then eventually that old pattern becomes replaced, and then it's released. So the idea is not to say, okay, it all has to get out. You slowly start incorporating certain things into your patterns of thought. So if you are still heavily reliant on working with Goetia or doing angel stuff or spell casting, continue doing it. If that's a source of comfort for you, continue doing it. But start to now play with your perspective of it. Play with what you invoke. Play with all of that and start slowly implementing more sattvic qualities into it to balance out the rajas and the tamas. And eventually the rajas and the tamas then will start to fade out or work in a more sattvic manner. So the idea, you know, if someone feels like, you know, Saturn is destroying my life, you know, instead be like, okay, so I got this influence of Saturn, but Saturn is also very constructive. So let me use this constructive quality then, and let me harness in on that. That's what I started doing when I was transitioning within my rituals and using astrology as a base for that, which I still really like to use, but I'm less and less dependent on it now, because it's now all of my rajasic and tamasic qualities are being replaced with the sattvic, because I've slowly started incorporating it, not denying it. And so my mind is making friends with these new concepts that I'm introducing.
Awesome. I like what you said there towards the end also, you know, the magic that you're currently working with, the spiritual system that you're working with, there's nothing wrong with the system itself, right? And I can speak for myself. Whenever I might make slight jabs or make jokes or whatever, but it's not on the system itself. It's not the content, it's the context that I would invite you to examine. Working with the Goetia is awesome, right? I may not work with it heavy, but there's a few that I have continued to work with even to this day. You know, when my cousin came over, she saw the presence of Dantalion. And the reason that I know is because I have not told anybody how he appears to me, and she described him perfectly. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what system you work with, keep doing it, but just understand that it's how you do it, right? If you're coming in this with a religious type of worshiping, oh, the gods, it's all your influence, I have no power whatsoever. You and I both know that that's, you might as well go back to church. That's what you're doing. Same thing with astrology. The gods will will it. We have no control. It's up to the stars. You might as well go back to church. But understand that these things are a science, which means that they are formulas that can be tested and used intentionally to get specific results. That's why we say things like spiritual scientist or an occultist.
Yeah, I think it was last group study you were actually talking about the qualities of the planets, whether they're Rajasic, Tamasic, and Sattvic. So like if you're trying to, you can, I mean, it's an equation, you know, like all of it's an equation. So if you're having issues with a planet, find out if it's Rajasic, Tamasic, or Sattvic in your life, and then make a new equation with that Rajasic or Sattvic or Tamasic planet with the other gunas. And fuck with that and see what happens, because you then become the divine scientist. You become the alchemist of your life. That's how you create spells, like real spells. That's how you create that shit, is you fuck with the mirror that you're looking at yourself through.
I love it. I love it. I'm gradually trying to ease everybody into the three gunas, because that's very complex. It's simple, but when I say complex, I mean it's easy to be distorted, because everyone wants to quickly understand it, you know, and that's just human nature. We want to quickly understand it, put it in a category, just like what Malik brought up earlier. We operate on a system of deletions, generalizations, and distortions. We take information, we force it into a box, right? I'll see comments where people are like, so basically you're just saying that. And it's like, no, I'm not basically just saying that. I'm trying to present a lot of information. And the goal is to take it and marinate on it, not quickly stuff it in a box. It's not so basically you're saying this, it's understand it. Now, as a caveat, what I understand from psychology is that there's two kinds of people. One kind of people, they look at the big picture and they try to break it down into small pieces. And there are people who look at small pieces and try to build it up into big picture. People that comment stuff like, so basically you're just saying that ... These are people that try to condense a lot of information into a small box. That's how they understand. And that's okay, but just be aware that you're doing that. And that's a Vritti, right? But just try your best to acknowledge that this information, it can take lifetimes to truly digest. So nothing that we're talking about here is so basically just, right? You might use that as a starting place, but just be prepared to add to your vocabulary of these words. So again, when I talk about the Antakarana, the inner instrument, Buddhi, which is high intellect, higher self, Ahamkara, which is ego, Chitta, which is conscious thinking mind, Manas, which is body mind, their definitions go very deep and sometimes they overlap. But just kind of get it in your head that it can't quite be described by the English language. We're really dealing with some subtle, ancient stuff here. So it has to be treated very deliberately. Likewise, all that to say, the three gunas, it's more than just generator, operator, destroyer. It's more than just passion, ignorance, and harmony. It's more than that.
Yeah, this is what secret societies are formed out of. These, you know what I'm saying? Like, we think that we idolize these secret societies, like the Golden Dawn or whatever, because we're like, oh my God, they must have all the information. They're secret, you know? But really, they just layer on. Oh my God, it's chilly. They just layer on. God damn, I even stopped cooking. Okay, whatever.
I want some. You're making me hungry now.
I know, I'm sorry, man. And I like spice, so it's like overwhelming. But
I want to feel
anyways. Yeah. So, but it's like but you know, like this is exactly what they use in the Golden Dawn. These are all, they talk about these alchemical expressions of emotions, and we have different layers to our beings because we are multidimensional. Mm-hmm. It's never just is, because there's never just is. There's always something beyond that, and then beyond that, and then beyond that, and then beyond that. So our goals as practitioners is to try to break through as many levels as we can, So then we can create the results that we see in front of us through our physical eyes. But we know that this is not just is. So everything we do is not just is, or basically this. It goes beyond that. We may use this that verbology because that's the language that we're communicating in, but it's not ever going to be just is. It's going to be multidimensional and therefore multi-layered.
Yes.
This is something within myself that I have to look after, because I am also one of those people that's like, so basically you're saying this, and I know that that's a vritti that I now have to stop myself when I'm saying that, because I am checking myself and realizing that I'm becoming defensive. Why? It's not the material that I'm learning. It's because I may feel like someone's that this person may be perceiving me as stupid, or this person may be perceiving me as something else. And then I am no longer talking to this person. Now I am talking to that relationship I never dealt with, or that, that vritti that's like really kind of, that's taken over my life and making it my reality distort. So catch yourself on the wave. We're not calling you stupid. We're not saying that anyone is stupid or that anyone is invalidated in their experience. It has nothing to do with that. We're simply trying to look past our emotions, because we understand our emotions are just a level of this multidimensional experience that we are observing and experiencing at the same time.
Yes. I like that you called this alchemical transmutation. So this is alchemy for real. This is soul alchemy. And what you said also in the beginning about this being the very ingredients of a secret society. It may not seem like it, but that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the highest science, It may seem like just a couple of people on Zoom talking. It may look like me just reading books on the internet, but y'all got to understand, this is the highest science. All the other hot shit that you enjoy spiritually, it has its roots in the stuff that we're talking about right now, right? Whether this is Kabbalah to clip off, to left hand path, right hand path, to mainstream religion, it all has its roots in the stuff that we've been discussing on this channel, the stuff that I present, right? That's why it's so effective. That's why it makes so much sense, because everything comes out of this stuff. And furthermore, what you were just mentioning there towards the end about getting defensive, and that's an inner vritti. To like what he was saying, when you become so engrossed and wrapped up in a vritti, you begin to see the world through the lens of that vritti. Your perspective becomes narrow. So now everything that you hear and see and do, you're forcing it in that vritti. Now you're getting triggered and upset when there's no reason to be triggered or upset. You're feeling like somebody's making fun of you and talking down on you, when in actuality that may not be the case. You feel like somebody's mean mugging you in Walmart, but in truth, they're in their own head thinking about their grocery list and the wife they don't want to go home to. But you think they're looking at you upset. Or like my story last week when the cashier was smiling, I thought the person was making fun of me. But in truth, he was remembering some good times based on my outfit.
In the 4 agreements written by Don Miguel Ruiz, they talk about that being the law of assumption. So it's an agreement of assumption that people make. And in order to move past that, you ask questions to find out more about the situation. So to get yourself from that defensive mode, from when you're making assumptions, you ask questions to get more clarity on it. Everyone's okay. For the most part, from what I've experienced, a lot of people are okay with you asking them questions to get more clarity on things. And then that way too, you can see where they come from and you can look at the reality of your assumption. So then that assumption is no longer, and you're not taking things personally. Because what are the 4 agreements, right? Always try your best. Don't take things personally. Be impeccable with your word. Always do your best. There you go. There it is. And those will change your life, right? Because we do that all the time. So, and a lot of spell casting, at least I know from when I was beginning out and stuff, a lot of it has to do, they'll say like, find a lover, or like get money, get wealth, all these desires, all these things that our vrittis really like to feed on.
Right.
Because that is a fantasy about a reality that's never going to be a reality for you as long as you're living in a fantasy.
Check.
Yeah. So it's about getting in touch with what you're making your assumptions out versus what is actually happening. Taking things personally, always doing your best and being impeccable with your word, because your word is your ultimate spellcaster.
Yes. Wow, deja vu.
Yeah.
We're on track. Double deja vu. Oh, man.
That's why, I don't like to say things in other languages unless I know what I'm saying. In the 4 directions, when you erect your sacred circle, right? When you call Urus and Boris and all of that. At first, I didn't do it until I understood what they were. Because I'm aware that what I say is going to have a specific resonance. And I don't want to say some shit that I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
And then have it cause some type of effect,
That's an intelligent way to approach it. Honestly.
Same with mantras. Watch the mantras that you say. Learn what they mean, so then you know what elements you're calling on.
Mm-hmm. That's why I suggest that book that I have, the Primal Sound, the one with the Ganesh on the front, because it even though a lot of these there are a category of mantras that don't literally mean anything, some of the vibratory words, they call upon a specific type of energy, whether it's magnetization, whether it is something that is meant to glue it together, separate it, to agitate it. There's all type of different forces that we're calling on with some of these mantras. So some of them aren't a direct translation into English. Some of them are an alchemical combination of forces that you are invoking, right? Literally magic words. Mm-hmm. But it's to understand so that not that you understanding the words is really going to have much of an effect on it, but understanding exactly what you're doing, having more clarity on what you're doing. Because it can still work if you don't know what it means. Absolutely. But when you have a little bit more awareness and clarity of what you're doing, you can start to use it. You can operate from a higher level because now you understand the tools that you're working with, right? Anybody can hammer a nail, but a master craftsman might know how to do it a lot better than an amateur. Like y'all were talking about the techniques with, say for example, if you're in the ring, it's not just about throwing the punch. You were talking about the back and forth, the harmony, how you can also avoid getting punched back, right? Say if I'm in the ring with Mike Tyson, I'm probably not going to land any hits. I'm going to be finished very quickly. Or if I'm playing basketball with, one of these greats that only name I can think of is Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. But if you're on the court with somebody who's an expert like that, you're probably not going to make any headway whatsoever. Because when you're working from such an advanced level, you're working so precise that the other side doesn't have any opportunity to get ahead of you. That's the kind of level we want to work at with the spirituality. We're not in competition with people, but we're playing against the physical plane. We're playing against our body. We're playing against our vrittis, right? The mental modifications of mind. You want to become, let me rephrase that. You want to realize that you are the Michael Jordan, the Kobe Bryant, the Mike Tyson, and these vrittis are the amateurs. This physical body, these emotions are the amateurs.
You want to know what's funny too? I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's 4:00. Thanks, Maxine.
What's funny too about being in the ring or whatever, if you watch fights, most of the time, what helps them win, and this is something that's in life too, that, brings us back to the vrittis as well. When you don't deal with them, your opponent is going to hit you, right? If they hit you and they see that you're in pain, the way that they win most of the time is that they continue hitting that spot.
Oh, yeah.
Goetia should do the same thing. So does any type of spell casting. If you are hurt, that same spot that you're not dealing with is going to continue coming back until you deal with it, and you will always lose the match.
So, just to bring up another reference to that, I remember like when I used to do martial arts too, and I was in a dojo, and the sensei was up there talking. He was something, I didn't understand it at first, but just later after leaving the dojo, I kind of understood it. And he was just talking about fear, actually. And he was talking about like, it was just right before class started too, I remember. And I guess it's just like only one of the few memories I kind of just, something that stuck in my, like I can right now close my eyes and picture it. It's very something that hit home. And he was like, when it comes to like, you're in a situation about to fight, boxing ring or whatever, and what he didn't use the boxing ring. He said if he was on the streets or whatever, you know, and, you know, we all went to the dojo, we all practiced, you know, we all, you know, practicing these disciplines, you can say, right? He says the real time to use it, he says, like when somebody pulls a gun out on you, you're going to be scared. You're going to be like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Because that's a natural fear to happen. It's like hitting one of the most, like, it's one of the root fears. It's like the root chakra, you know?
Right.
It's going to be something that's going to be something that's some damn gun, fuck, shit, you know? So he said, at that point, in that moment, you can't do that. That's a vritti, right? When I consider a vritti, because he said you would get scared, you would all these things, you would run, flee, you might just like grab the gun or something, instead of applying the disciplines that you knew. And he said if you do all the other stuff, you shot, bang, boom, you're done. But maybe if you would have tried to apply some of these disciplines that you have picked up, you could have maybe changed the situation, you know? So I always thought that was interesting, like, you know, not being able to be able to rely. That's what it's really, I think, coming down to. Because like you said, you can talk all this magic and all this other shit, but when you're in your day-to-day life, and when you get off this live, how much are you thinking about these situations and tools and things that we can apply to our day-to-day life? I try to apply, I think, you know, like they say, life is a magical moment. I look at it, you know, because everything can be applied. If you choose to look at it like that, you can look like, well, why does that happen? You know, asking questions, you know. I guess it's like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I guess it just goes down to like applying these things that we are really learning, you know.
Yes.
Not in the heat of the moment, in the battlefield, I like to say, because I have a very warrior type mindset, so I use a lot of like metaphors like that. But you know, if you're in the battlefield of day-to-day life, you can say, are you applying these? Are you the victim? Are you the winner? I go, oh God, I see it every day, and I'd be looking at. I use it when I'm at work. I just kind of study. I do my own thing, and I work, you know. And that's where I'm around a lot of like social people. I get to talk. So I sit there and I see shit, and I'd be like, wow, isn't this? Because then these are like college kids I work around. So these guys are just in there like they're youth. And they're like, and they have somebody ask me something one day. It's kind of not really pertaining to something, but it does actually, because I feel bad. I don't knock school. I love school. I freaking study every day. I don't go to school. So, you know what I mean? But, and I feel bad for them because, you know, everybody go to school, they change their majors up a couple of times. And I was telling the kids one day, and I'm like, I call them kids. I'm like only a couple of years older than half of them. From my mindset, and I'm telling them, I'm like, you guys, I feel you guys. And they're talking. I'm like, it's so sad because you guys don't even have the chance to really know yourself. You feel like you want to go do this. And then you go a couple years later, she was like, yeah, one girl was like, yeah, I feel like that. I was like, yeah, but you don't even know who you are. Like, have you ever had a sat down? And she was like, you're right. I haven't even thought about that. I don't. And she started, because I seen like the wash look over her eyes where she was like, really started, like she went inwards and was like, well, damn, I gotta, because how many of these people took a time to say, because, you know, you go right from high school, right into college, they moved out of state or whatever. I'm like, oh, damn, now you realize that you want to do something totally different. that maybe your ambitions in life have changed. So it's very funny how people get caught in these washes over these lenses, you know. I like my grandpa would tell you, these smoke and mirrors, that's what it really is, you know. These called gross levels of reality that we have to live in. And even in the book, she talks about that shit. I mean, he talks about it right there. And I thought that was funny as hell when I was listening to your playback when he was reading it. But he was talking about the Gunas, and she was like, you don't need clothing, but you want to desire like the fashionable stuff, you know? We want, like, I remember this teacher who was an economics teacher, and he was like, dude, I got 3 pairs of white shirts, I got 4 pairs of blue jeans, and I wear Converses. And this is when I was moved in Philly, so all the kids is dressed up in polo. It's funny. And he's like, this is what I wear. And I was like, that's interesting. He's really saving money. But we are so caught up in buying all this stuff, and why can't you just see this to how fucked up? Because I was thinking when you read that, I was like, oh, that's so deep. Because we're in a westernized world. We are so like engrossed into this shit. It's disgusting. You know? Like I thought like, and it just makes me chill because I like am working to myself to like, you know, go into these places and freaking at least get into some nature. I don't live in the suburbs. I'm in New Jersey, like, and it's still beautiful out here. Don't get it twisted. You know, you can see beauty in anything, but it's not where I want to be at. You know what I mean? So she talks about all this stuff, and it's like we are so caught up in this materialism where, dude, all you really need is a t-shirt. Okay, you don't want a regular tee, well, get a good quality t-shirt. You know?
Yeah.
It's mundane stuff to talk about, but it's the quality of things that we want and yearn for. You know, that's when that considered Guna. She talks about it all on page 29. She goes all into that shit. He goes into it. Sorry, I'm thinking of top with Shooty.
Yeah. I really enjoy that part too, because that's one of the parts that you can look at your day-to-day life and see it in action, right? Like, to me, it's bizarre because I'm so far removed from that type of thinking, but I have literally seen, you know, somebody just this month taking all these pictures, you know what I'm saying, for social media, and like these super expensive rapper name brand clothes, like super expensive shit, knowing damn well that this person is using their rent money for that. Like knowing that, not assuming it, knowing that this person has spent money they don't have just to look good on social media. That's a Vritti.
Yeah, shout out. If you want to accumulate wealth, be grateful for this time of inflation where you have to pull back. Because it makes you determine, like, this is where you see the opportunity and limitation, right? So in our Western group, we're definitely, you know, privileged for sure. But as of right now, things are going into inflation, right? So like the cost of everything has just shot way up. And so you can see this as a time of, oh shit, I'm not going to get out of this. Or, okay, great, this is where I can start building my wealth, because now I can learn what is truly important to me versus what I don't actually need. And that way I can develop a wealth mentality, because the wealth mentality sees abundance everywhere, anytime. So like, this is a prime time for you to deal with those Ritties when it comes to like abundance issues or wealth issues, even confidence issues, you know, because you can't go out and get everything that you want anymore. Now you have to start thinking about your finances. Now you have to start thinking about what you're, you know, just yourself, which is awesome. So yeah. And you can see your own patterns too, you know, like the friend who has the post. I saw so many people yesterday posting the 10-year challenge kind of thing.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And in my head, I'm like I only go on Facebook now just to check my messages, because I'm in touch with the recording studio for the meditation, right? But like I saw all these posts and I was like, 10-year challenge, what is that? And like everyone's doing them. And I remember thinking like, you know, I don't see why I need to share what I look like 10 years ago. Like, I don't see the importance of this. I'm not saying that it's not important to someone else, but I just, you know, I don't have that same value system anymore. Like, I don't need to be appreciated by someone who knew me 10 years ago. You know, like I don't need that attention. But I saw a lot of people who did. And a lot of those people went through amazing weight loss transformations, and props to them for doing it. But it was really interesting to see that a lot of those people, at least on my feed, that posted 10-year challenge was about their weight issues. Because for me, that's still you looking for affirmation from your outside environment.
Right,
Even,
right. What he was saying,
you know,
he was saying that most of our vrittis are causing us to want to be appreciated, want to be acknowledged.
now I've done something for myself. You need to see that. So what I've done for myself, because I'm trying to prove to you that I am valuable. And it's like, but that's for you. That's supposed to be for you.
That's where I find it's like psychologically so fucked up, because, and it's so simple, but they're looking for outside gratification outwardsly instead of inwardsly. When they did it in the whole journey, they had to do it by themselves. And at the end of the day, they did all that hard work and just gave it up. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, what if nobody accepts you then? Still, what happens then?
Well, and guess what? No one accepts you anyway, because you don't even appear as you to other people. You should know that they're living your perspective, right? Like, I have an idea of people who I'm seeing, but they're based off of the fantasy that I'm living as my reality. And you're the same thing for other people. If you weren't there, they're going to see someone else the same way that they see you, because it's their reality that they're living out. So it doesn't matter what you do. In the end, well, it does matter what you do, right? Because we were just talking about the interpersonal stuff. You want to do the self-reflection. It does matter for you to take count of your own self and your own transformation. But the approval of others, that's something that's a fine line that we need to determine between self-reflection and then just trying to feed into that vritti of appraisal from others. And it's a fine line, you know. When I like to channel the Leo, the MAGA energy, right? Like I went through a bit where I was watching, like I put on makeup, I put on the mask very intentionally. I put on a mask to harness this type of energy, right, and present it. But I didn't feel like I needed to be consistent with that all the time, because that's not the energy I'm trying to consistently produce. Only at times am I trying to produce this energy. And even then it felt weird, because it's like, am I talking to myself, or am I trying to talk to some unfinished business here? You know?
Oh. So I wonder if some of these entities and different spiritual masks that we communicate with, are they, because remember I talked about how each Goetia spirit is a representative of a particular vritti, a particular shell, right? A particular resonance. What if we have those resonances in us, these entities serve as an easy way to address them and balance them, right? It's almost like they are a mold that we put our own unfinished business into, so that we can talk to it, so that we can address it, so that we can harmonize it. What if the Goetia isn't about causing the external world to make you happy, but what if it's about harmonizing your internal world, and then the external harmony is just a side effect of that? That makes more sense to me, and that lines up with my experience. Ooh, that was good.
Yeah, because we're always going to be putting on a mask. We're always wearing a mask. Whether you like to admit it or not, it's true. Every time I go out of the house, I wear a mask, because I prepare myself for social interactions. You know, like, we're always wearing a mask. And a lot of miscommunication happens because someone is talking to the mask, not to the person behind it. But if we know that we're already going to be wearing a mask or putting on a certain persona when we go out to certain environments, why not have more control of that? Why not have more awareness backing that? So then it resonates with the all parts of us a little bit more. You know, like I now, for a while now, I've been wearing colors on certain days that resonate with the emotions that I want to feel. I wear my deodorant on certain days according to what, you know, like what's going on or whatever. So I create a ritual literally out of every day. And my appearance, the mask that I wear is a direct reflection of the energy that I am invoking. So with that awareness, are we able, like Travis saying, you know, are we able to encapsulate certain vrittis, and are we able to then balance them out better by balancing out the other capsules that we utilize, or the other ways that we present ourselves in this reality? And I think so. I think that's definitely possible. I think that's very doable. I think I've been doing it for a while. I think most of us have probably been doing that on a subconscious level for a little while now.
Absolutely. Laura, how was that hyper spicy chili? What all did you put in it?
It's so good. So, I just cooked tempeh, some sprouted bread, and this chow vegan cheese or whatever, and tomato. Oh my God, it's so good. I like have to keep taking breaks. And for some reason it tastes like pesto. I don't know how I did that, but it tastes like pesto, which is like amazing. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It's all about the alchemical equations. I got no pesto, yet I made the flavor of pesto from chilies, you know, like, oh, balance your gunas. So
Malik, you're a cook, so you probably know how to come up with stuff like that.
And I was literally just thinking that, like, cooking is alchemy in the simplest levels.
Yeah, we're doing alchemy all the time. And that's the thing, even our vrittis are alchemy. You know, even our vrittis are alchemy. We just haven't figured them out yet. So, but once we start taking them apart and restructuring them, that's when we can resolve ourselves of that, one piece at a time. It's just a matter of becoming aware of it.
That's what the true alchemist is, actually. I feel like, oh, that's deep, because that's, isn't it? I forgot the exact name. They told us back in like 6th grade, like a hypotenuse. You come up with a question, then it's like the experiment, and then you know you write the conclusion down, and then maybe that was wrong, but you got to go back in and just change one little variable, and then they're like, oh wait, I got to tinker with this, and then tinker with that, and then you got a solution-based thing, not like, you know. If you look at life like that, that's why when I turned to stop looking at life like being very solution based, like I was saying, I just, like, yo, within a course of a year, I got promoted like twice. You know, like I literally am like now that like the assistant kitchen manager of my restaurant, and that was always like a dream goal. Like I moved out, it was like moved out of my mom's house, and I was like, all right, this is my career, I'm gonna follow it. And you know, then I had to spread my wings. There's nothing. It's from up to down, you know, it's up to you at that point when you hit that, you know. And after a while, I was figuring out. And then really, like in the last year, I just changed my whole mindset. You know, I started getting into my stuff more of my studies. And then I kind of, especially when I hop back onto I always was listening to your channel, but I had hopped back in when I was going to the Kabbalah. And that totally like mind shifting me back into where I needed to be at, where I started looking at things more solution-based. And from then on, applying more and more stuff, I can say I've seen a complete change around in my life. I then came from, you know, like what we were talking about, power versus force. Shit, a year ago, I might have been down a couple levels. Now I'm looking at it, I was like, wait, that's a big jump. And I had to like pat myself in the back. And I was like, look how it was like a reflection. I'm like, well, damn, I came far away in just a year. Most people like cap out. And I'm like, shit, I'm gonna run this up. I'm running it up. and this is a point like, and my old self would be like, get tired and give up and not do what I would want to do. But I did a lot of shadow work, and I went back and then changed through these reframings, how I see things and all this other shit I had to do. You know what I mean? A lot of mental work, you know, going and address shit that people really don't like. Oh, it's so funny. I used to go, like, I would call my parents and be all bitching, like, blah, 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 blah. This is that. And now when I talk to them, they don't hear it. They're like, damn shit. They hear like the transformation. And like, I talk to my grandpa a hell of a lot, and I could be on 3 hours, and he has heard me from, I'll be honest, crying on the phone about some shit, to now hearing me, he be like, well, damn, I see it, the journey. And that's just like a confirmation in self. See, now that's where you said that fine line. Because I could be like, well, damn, am I done now? Because I got my confirmation from outward source. Or now that almost to me was like, oh, I'm more fired up. And not because of him, but now it's the outward source says, you know, maybe that's what that 10-year challenge was then. Confirmation for people then. Who knows? You know, I digress. But it's just funny, you know.
You know what Chase Hughes says about reaching your goals, and the number one mentality you need to have in order for you to successfully reach your goals is to no longer think from your past self, but think about your future self.
Exactly. That's fire. For real, though.
Right now is your past. Your future is what you need to be looking, your future self. What would my future self want for me? If my future self was looking back at me right now, what would they want to be seeing?
See, y'all are dropping.
That's how you can reach every single one of your goals.
And that's deep, because
That's why it's like, go ahead.
Even in this situation I was talking about, when I was like, before I got my first promotion, I was like, am I ready? Oh my God, I was like, I don't deserve it. And I was talking to, and I was like, I don't deserve it. And like you said, that was past. My past said I did not deserve it, not my future. Because then the other half of me was like, motherfucker, hell yeah, you fucking deserve it. What the fuck? And then I was like, oh, I don't deserve it. And it was like a eternal fight I had to fight with myself, you know, the two wolves. So I had to choose to feed the one, and I fed the right one, you know. I could have fed the one that was negative, Rajasic, Tamasic, I would say, actually. And instead I fought the soccer one, and that's, you know, that's crazy.
Yes.
Or is it crazy? It's not crazy. It just makes sense now.
To see it from your future self. To be honest, that would almost sound like an obvious move. At least it did for me, but I talked to a lot of people who don't realize that they're doing the opposite. For example, there's people that I've talked to, even people that are pretty advanced as far as their study, you know, people who can keep up with these conversations and they have all the books we talk. I've literally talked to people who know all this stuff yet still have problems with manifesting deeper, and come to realize when they think forward towards the thing that they want, they're thinking from their current perspective. So it's like, yeah, I want to be in a position where I have a lot of money and I've got business and I'm doing this and a third, but I don't have the skills right now, or I'm not smart. I don't know about this, or I don't have the connections. They say, but, and then they throw up that excuse and they stop there. And I try to say like that, you're focusing on that. And that's why you're never getting it. You have to take your focus past that to the future place. That's why it's so important to be clear with the essence of where you want to go and ruminate on that feeling. That will attract to you the things that you need to get there. But if you focus on the limitations and you focus on your future position, your current position, you're going to think about the blockages that you have. You're going to think about why it's not happening. It's stuck right there.
I know for a fact that if I had thought about my future self and what my future self would have wanted when I was younger, I would have watched a lot less TV. I know for a fact. I know for a fact I would have distracted myself less. And that was another realization I had this past week, with that feeling stuck kind of energy and
Mhm.
accumulating and growing instead was, I asked myself, like, okay, what do I feel stuck about? That I just want to move? What is it? What is it about the lifestyle that I want to experience, that my future self wants to experience? You know what it was? It was doing what I wanted when I wanted. And as soon as I took TV and social media out, I had the time to do it. And then it was a matter of me accumulating the dream life that I had wanted. But if I hadn't thought of my future self, I wouldn't have been able to see that in my present moment, because I would have just thought of my past memories of being in these other places where I didn't have my distractions.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a lot of benefit of thinking of your future self, because your future self looks back at the opportunities that you have more than what you don't.
You know what made me think of my future self was when Trav was talking about, I don't know what video it was, Jesus, but he was talking about, like, when you want to get a goal, you have to see yourself in the future self, and people are like, oh damn, that's your end goal. Most people see that. How do you get there? And he said, work backwards, and then work where till you're at. And I was like, and I did that, and I kept on doing it. I was like, oh damn, I got to do this and I got to do that. And that helped me get to and that's when I stopped looking at my past self, because I was like, okay, because in my mind, I would just go back to the beginning, to my state of lack, when I had nothing, or I was in a way different mindset, Now, when I see myself all in the future, I was like, okay, well, it gave me, I guess you could say, to see where I was at in my journey to where I need to be at, So it put me in a different space. Instead of looking backwards to present, I was looking from present to backwards to present to current. The future to the current.
Mm-hmm.
So that changed my whole way of how I was perceiving my reality, I guess. Instead of looking like, oh, I'm on past and this is where I'm at now. This is my future and where I'm at now. Very interesting.
Yeah. I gotta get I gotta get going, speaking of which, and start training. But yeah, future self thinking. And then too, that also, I guess I would leave with just the idea that, if, at least for myself, when I start thinking of my future self, I can easily fantasize, which is something I like to do, about where I would like to be and who I would like to be, which gives me a better perspective on my relationships with others and my relationships with myself. So what am I going to carry with me into the future versus what can I let go? And there's a lot of stuff and belief systems that I have that I can let go of, but that I wouldn't know to let go of if my future self hadn't spoken for me. So anyway, I gotta head out though. I gotta face some Vrittis by being kicked and punched in the face and loving every bit of it. But I love everyone here, and many blessings on all y'all's journeys and stuff. And yeah, till chapter 3. Bye.
Peace or
Peace.
good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, and also contacting that future self, it does a lot for us subconsciously, because we're extending our capability, right? We're extending what we believe that we're capable of. Most people who only operate from the past, they're limited to what they know, only what they've already learned. But when you extend it to the future like that, you open yourself to receive new information from new places, right? You're kind of expecting information to come into you from different sources. So it's like you may have the same things that were going to happen to you anyway, but when you approach it from the angle of, being solution based and looking forward to the future, you can take a mundane situation and pull something deep out of it. Same situation though, but it's the perspective. The Vrittis can block you, or if they're sattvic and based in balance, then they can be used to elevate you. Oh yeah.
Definitely interested for the rest of these books, because I feel like this is at the end of it, you'll be able to get it. I will be able to have a better understanding of the stuff I need to be working on, like psychology. So this is right down my lane. It's helping out me a lot. So definitely can test that.
Most definitely, because really break it down to the very bare bones, atomic building blocks of mind, what we call the mind. And really, I mean, if we're not understanding it at that level, we're not really understanding what we're talking about. So like this collection of books, they really do serve to go deep into certain topics and subject matter that, like I said, is foundational. So yeah, this book and the others to follow are really, really important, especially as we start getting closer to June with Jnana Yoga and Samkhya Darshan. So right now we're starting from our individual perspective with understanding the individual person. And then we're gradually going to expand more until we get to understanding the universe at large. So there's a lot of good information in these books.
Yes, it sounds fire.
Yeah. This was all lined up to understand it from the microcosm to the macrocosm. So by the time we get to Samkhya Darshan, that's talking about the macrocosm. But like I said, to get there, we're starting here. We're learning about the vrittis. We're learning about the gunas. We're learning about the antakarana. All those things we're going to have to understand before we get to really breaking down the Kabbalah. Because like I said, yoga explains the vehicle, and then Kabbalah explains the map, the territory. So understanding those two together is really going to help us go a lot further than we have ever been, to be quite honest.
So, living my best life. Ain't going back and forth with you, nigga. Two wolves. Quantum thinking, right?
Definitely.
Okay, so another important aspect about this chapter was what he said about restraint, right? Basically, he was saying if there's no sadhana, no restraint, no discipline, or proper application of the tools, then sattva cannot come into your life. And we talked about the three expressions of reality, which was rajasic, which is extremely passionate, generating more and more vrittis and fluctuations. Then there's tamasic, which is very destructive, degenerative, ignorant, death, full of gravity and decay. But then there's the sattvic level of expression. And this is where harmony and peace and balance comes into play. And this is the state that we have to be in on all levels in order to allow connection with these higher planes, with these subtle planes, with these advanced planes. We need to exist in a sattvic state in order to receive peace and harmony, et cetera, et cetera. And according to what the Swami was saying here, is that in order to do that, we have to have restraint and discipline. So he talked about how, so when he talks about here about lessening the vrittis on page 20, he mentions that from the yogic perspective, in order to develop balance, you have to cultivate discipline and restraint in life. Restraint plus discipline equals sadhana. Then he goes on to talk about how the different tools are not what it is that actually gets you there, but it's the discipline and the structure that gets you there. He says sadhana does not mean performing postures or practicing meditation. They are methods and tools that you can use to create change within your nature, character, and life. The tool can be pranayama, which is breathing exercises. The tool can be asana, which is the stretches and the girls in yoga pants. It can be meditation, which is sitting still and connecting with the thing that you're focused on. It can be pratyahara. It can be dharana, concentration. It can be mantra, and so on. They are not sadhanas. They are tools which are used in order to acquire discipline. So you use all those things to acquire discipline in yourself, because you can't manage the vrittis without having some type of discipline.
Quick question.
Yeah.
This type of yoga, what would it be underneath? Like listen to Kawashudi, I don't have the book in front of me, I don't know her name. And him, what will this be like under? I don't want to ask that question. Right? Like what school of thought?
For the most part, this would be classified as Jnana Yoga.
Jnana Yoga. All right. Okay, cool. Gotta write that down.
Swami Satyasanganandi, she wrote Tattvashuddhi. She leans more into the bhakti aspect. She's still very Jnana Yoga because she breaks it down intellectually with extreme precision. But she leans more towards the feminine aspect naturally, which is the bhakti, which is worship and giving yourself in full reverence and ecstasy to the divine. And you see hints of that in Tattvashuddhi, where at the end of the meditation, you have the vision and the experience of prana shakti. But this particular author, Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati, he focuses on the Jnana Yoga, which is the yoga of the mind, yoga of knowledge and wisdom and understanding through the intellectual capacity. So there are different paths to reach enlightenment. The particular path that I chose because it suits me best, it also lines up with Mercury-ruled individuals. This lines up with Kabbalah. The 8 branches of yoga line up with each one of the planets. So each person is actually kind of geared more or less towards a specific branch. Really cool. But I'm more aligned with this system, which is why I chose this author and these books, or maybe they chose me. Works both ways. Jnana Yoga.
Yeah, thanks.
I love it. So he talks about the discipline which is needed to become sattvic, right? Because when the lifestyle is rajasic, desire after desire takes birth in the mind. We keep creating desires. We keep creating vrittis. We keep creating them. There is no peace when we keep doing that. Every year, something new comes out. There's a new thing to want, a new thing to want to spend your money on. There's new drama. There's new craziness going on in the world. There's new, there's always something new. And most people, they're easily attached to these things, easily. Every couple of weeks, there's something to focus your attention on. It's impossible to reach enlightenment when you're wrapped up in the path of Pravritti. That's the path of Pravritti. Then he says, in the tamasic lifestyle, you do not want to come out of the condition in which you feel secure. So then you have on the other end, people who are stuck in their ways, stuck in their mentality, and they don't want to come out of it. And you'll notice that this is the type of person who we saw on the chart of levels of consciousness. A lot of the people who are at the lower levels of consciousness, stuck in shame, stuck in guilt, stuck in depression, stuck in anger, stuck in pride, stuck in envy, stuck in those lower vrittis. They're so, I say they're stuck there because they don't want to get out of them. Doesn't matter what you talk. Have you ever tried to give good advice or good encouragement or good help to someone who is in a victim mentality? They don't want to take it. They might listen to it and say thank you, but they're not going to follow it most of the time. You might make them feel good in that moment, but they're stuck in their place. It's nothing against their intelligence. It's just that That's where they vibrate at. And it's very difficult to get out of that without understanding how to address your mind, without understanding how to look at yourself, analyze yourself, and overcome yourself. If you're not doing that, then you're wrapped up in that vritti. And because it's tamasic, I mentioned the word gravity when I described tamas. It's heavy when you're depressed. It's heavy when you're full of shame. It's heavy when you're full of guilt. Pride is heavy. Anger is heavy. It's hard to pull yourself out of those states. It's heavy. It's tamasic. But he says in a tamasic lifestyle, you do not want to come out of the condition in which you feel secure. You behave like a frog in a well. You do not search for any change or the possibility of becoming better. Now, in the Pravritti path, you oscillate between rajas and tamas. So most people are going to experience a little bit of both states. And they're all connected with transitory pleasure, temporary pleasure. Just like all these little trends and all this little stuff and all the, we'll be on TikTok all day long, just doing the trends, temporary pleasure, a quick high, a quick buzz, not really growing or learning anything, the 10-year challenge, and we haven't changed at all.
I remember, I think it was Bobby Hemmett talking about, that's like the difference of like joy and happiness and joy, I would say, having happiness is like something lived very shortly, versus joy, which is everlasting. I don't say everlasting, but lasts is a lot longer, getting these fixes off, like you said, TikTok, these quick endorphins, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
Versus something that's like I hate TikTok, but it's people do it, so it's whatever. And I go, at least if you like it so much, you guys watch it. Why do you watch it? What's up about that? Well, I like these things. Okay, well, why don't you watch it and then go and read a book or go on a YouTube video? Because that minute ain't gonna give you nothing really substantial of anything, even if it's educational. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Go a little deeper, but that little endorphin burst they get off something they like to hear, and they can get it repeatedly. That's a whole trick in itself.
But this is where most people gravitate to. And I don't like to look at it as, look at what they're doing to us. Because nobody's doing that to you. You choose to get wrapped up in that. Right. So I don't blame anybody. You can't blame, Nestle and M&M's for making chocolate candy bars. You can't blame them for that because you do the same thing in their position, especially if he was making that money. So I don't blame the creators of distraction. I don't blame anybody really, but we have to take accountability for ourselves. We choose to go to the store and look down at the aisle and that conveniently placed chocolate. I'm not saying that it's not placed in your face in a way to influence you to buy it, right? The influence is there. But if you haven't done any work to become stabilized and to maintain our frame, then we choose to be put in those positions to be influenced. And it can be unfortunate, but the more that you learn, the more that you can pull yourself out of those vrittis. So we talked about the way to transcend these loops is by attaining a sattvic state. And the way that we attain a sattvic state is through restraint. All right. Now, this is where it starts getting difficult. This is where people might start tuning out, running away, because this is the actual work, right? A lot of us want to talk about it, but when we get direct, it becomes difficult because now you see what you have to do. But what has to be done at this point, was a big part of this chapter, was the 3 levels of restraint. And it talks about speech restraint, sensory restraint, and mind restraint. This is an active process. We can start with speech restraint. And basically, he said something really cool about speech and how speech it's the medium through which our interaction is conducted, and it reflects the state and the condition of the mind. Basically, speech is a reflection of whatever you experience in your mind. So whatever vrittis you got spinning around on there, they're gonna come out of your mouth, period. Nobody just like says stuff that they don't mean. If it comes out of your mouth, that means it was in your head or in your heart. The Bible says an abundance of the heart overfloweth through the mouth. And that's fact. So speech is a reflection of your mental behavior, right? Oh, I was just joking. No, none of that. Oh, you know what I meant. No, the words that you express, that's what's in your heart. So speech is a reflection of mental behavior. It is a gross expression of the subtle mental state. So it's a calcification, it's a hardening, it's a dense expression. It's a physical well, not physical, but yeah, physical, because it hits your eardrums. It's a manifestation of the subtle state of what's going on in your head. So in order to manage the mental behavior through speech, in order to manage this process, it is said that speech has to be truthful and pleasant, right? Pleasant speech means that your words should not harm or disturb the mind of a person to whom they're addressed. It's easy to be an asshole, but it takes a little bit of intention to attempt to manage your language and your speech and your words in a way that it doesn't disturb the mind of the person to whom it's addressed. But the part of this that I enjoyed the most, because, you know, some people want to filter themselves, some people don't, you know, that's your personal karma. But the part that I really thought should be taken into consideration was when he said on page 25, undertake an objective analysis of your own speech and you will be surprised. Maybe out of 100 sentences, 10 were necessary and the remaining 90 were useless. Out of 100 sentences, maybe 10% of them were necessary. A lot of us have a habit of just going and going and going. And the problem isn't with talking itself. The problem is, where's it coming from? Some people are very uncomfortable with silence, so they try to fill it up with speech. Some people actually like to hear themselves talk and sound smart, so they fill it with fancy words, trying to sound deep. The problem with that is it's not intended to help anybody. It's just intended to make you look good, or you think you look good. That's causing a disturbance because you're not adding to the conversation. You're disturbing it because you're trying to sound deep and look good. Maybe out of 100 sentences, 10 were necessary. I find it a good personal discipline and practice to try my best to deliver my point with as little words as possible. I don't like to waste words. I don't like to just talk for the sake of talking. I think if we did that, that would train us to get to the point when we're dealing with ourselves, because we even do that in our heads. But yeah, that was the first level of restraint, speech restraint, and that's very important. And also when we sit around just doing small talk, you know, that causes vrittis because we're just stimulating each other with worthless knowledge, worthless information, you know, and that stuff gets stuck in your head and it bounces around. And now you're out here going back and forth, talking about nothing, filling up a whole day with a nothing conversation. I think early on working at, you know, my retail jobs, I began to kind of despise small talk because it just felt so artificial and so fake, you know. I'm sure even you have to still deal with that. He says on page 26, the traveler who went out of his room and spoke to everyone became deluded as the thought waves of others influenced him. Humans may be embodied beings. We are in a body, that's for sure, but our essence is energy. We're in a body, but our essence is energy. What we say and what we think, it spreads around like waves. That's yet another reason to be mindful of what we let out of our mouths, because it spreads around in our environment like waves. The thought that is arising in your mind right now is spreading everywhere in the forms of waves. Radio waves exist in the atmosphere, but they are not visible, right? You need a special instrument to catch the radio waves. You need a radio, right? You need to turn the dial around to get it to the right station. Only then do the radio waves emerge in the form of audible words. And if you don't possess a radio, you can't say that radio waves don't exist. The same applies to God. God is a wave which you cannot see. But if you fine tune or adjust your mind, you'll be able to receive that wave. You'll be able to experience and feel God's existence. Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva are terms that are used to describe the gunas, but they are experienced as waves. All right, so the second level of restraint is mental restraint, right? And he talks about how you have to remember to observe the mind in order to acquire mental restraint. The best way to observe the mind is not by observing the thoughts or the activities taking place in the mind, but by knowing your weaknesses and ambitions, your strengths and needs. So it's knowing the structure of your mind, not necessarily the contents of the mind. Understanding your strengths, your weaknesses, your needs, your ambitions, right? Having a clear understanding of those things and where they come from. Because when you understand the structure of the mind, the content will adjust accordingly. Strengths represent the sattvic qualities or the positive forces of life. Weaknesses represent the tamasic qualities, the limitations and conditions which you are unable to transcend. Ambitions represent the rajasic qualities, the desires that motivate you. Needs are a balance of all three. Greetings, Tony Martinez. Frog in a well. Tony Martinez says Proverbs 29:20, Amplified Bible. Do you see a conceited man who speaks quickly, offering his opinions or answering without thinking? There is more hope for a thick-headed fool than for him. Damn. A man who speaks quickly, offering his opinions and answers without thinking. There is more hope for a thick-headed fool than for that dude. The Bible says. Matthew Barrow says that's why having a good vocabulary is important. You spend more words when you know less words, oftentimes the wrong words. That's true. That's true. Let's keep going. So first we talked about speech restraint. That's extremely important if you want to manage the vrittis, right? It's a 3-part formula. He's telling you what you got to do if you want to start managing these mental fluctuations. You got to restrain your speech. You got to restrain your mental fluctuations, right? And then you have to restrain your senses, right? So just a little bit more elucidation on the mental restraint. He talks about the mind has to be seen in terms of strengths, weaknesses, ambitions, and needs. Strengths represent the sattvic qualities of your mind. Ambitions represent the rajasic qualities of your mind. Weaknesses represent the tamasic qualities of the mind. So this is all the mind, but everything in the manifested realm has to exist through some combination of the 3 gunas. Everything is either going to have predominantly sattvic qualities, rajasic qualities, or tamasic qualities. Typically, it's going to be rajasic or tamasic. Sattva is rare because that is manifested of lots and lots and lots and lots of spiritual refinement. So typically things are going to express themselves as rajasic, which he said represents your ambitions, or tamasic, which represents your weaknesses. Most people find themselves identifying with their weaknesses. You have some people that identify with their ambitions, right? I'm gonna be a rapper. You know, I'm building my library of music. I'm doing shows. I'm selling my music on the streaming sites. You know, they got ambitions, they got goals. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and they identify themselves as that, right? That's Rajasic. Then, of course, Tamasic is someone who identifies with their weaknesses, right? Yeah, I got a short temper. Yeah, I like to pop off at the mouth, and I like to fight, and da 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 da. Yeah, so what? You know, someone who, you know, at least they acknowledge it and accept it, but they create their personality based on those weaknesses, right? And then, of course, a person who identifies with their strengths, right? I seek to help people. I strive to be honest, right? I'm somebody who is consistent. I'm somebody who likes to help others. You know, someone who identifies themselves as that, truly as that, that's going in a very sattvic condition. If insecurity, anxiety, and the future of intense, if insecurity, anxiety for the future, or intense passions continuously overwhelm you, then tamo guna predominates in your life. When you identify with a limitation, you become tamasic. And when you identify with strength of character, you become sattvic. So most people are identifying with limitations. That's why when what Malik was talking about with not seeing it from your present perspective, but seeing it from your future perspective, when you want to change your life, when you're trying to manifest something, you want to identify with that future self, right? If you don't do that and you're just looking from your current perspective, you're identifying with your current limitations. That's tamasic.
She goes in on the same page 28, says right after we was just explaining them, I'll go back to the beginning, I guess. Says the Rajasic qualities is always predominant because that is what is motivating you continuously. That is your drive. However, when you are unable to acquire what you desire due to certain limitations or constraints, you become aware of the limiting factors.
Wow.
The tamasic qualities, and they pull you down into desperation and rejection, into believing that you are not your achiever, that you are not an achiever. So right there, so your past self right there looking all the other shit you couldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just said, now looking at your future self.
So that's kind of like what we were talking about hours ago earlier when the person was talking about manifestation. And it's like, I must be cursed. But in truth, it's like, okay, so you're doing your manifestations, but when you see that it's not happening as fast as you want it to, you suddenly go from Rajasic to Tamasic, oscillating back and forth, just like you said, oscillating back and forth between Rajas and Tamas. Okay, so strength, weakness, ambition, and need, these cause the ripples in the quiet state of the mind and then influence the mind in the form of vrittis. So the first step in the process of mental restraint is to identify them. Identify what's happening here. Identify the sources of your thoughts. There are strengths, there are weaknesses, there are ambitions, and there's need. Categorize all that. That's the first step. Identify them, recognize them, realize them, and then manage them. Management or acquisition of mental restraint takes place through meditation. Then he goes on to talk about how you've got 24 hours in the day.
It's 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. You got 24 hours in the day. Just use one of them to sit down and begin the process of managing those mental fluctuations. Begin identifying your strengths, your weaknesses, your ambitions, and your needs. Identify them, put them into those categories, and start to manage them. You can sit down for an hour a day, remove yourself from all the craziness of the world, and spend some time just putting these things into place. That's not like something so difficult to do? I mean, that's something that you'd want to do if what you want is to improve, if you want us to get better, if you want us to grow, if that's what you want, then this should be a relief, because it's something that you can do. It's not something that you have to buy an eye of newt and a bat wing and a lizard gecko tail. Like, no, just sit down and look at yourself.
I think
Mental.
COVID, that for a lot of people to get the opportunity, some people being during that lockdown, maybe had them have a chance to look in, you know?
Yeah. Mental restraint is a process of self-observation, self-analysis, self-reflection, and the need to transform and change. That's what it's going to take if you want to start reducing these vrittis. And then finally, the third category of restraint that he recommends and suggests and implores you to do is sense restraint, right? That was sudden. Sense restraint. So everything that's pleasant to our senses, it looks good, smells good, tastes good, sounds good, feels good, etc., etc. Our ego instantly wants more of it immediately, because we always want to gratify ourselves. The body wants to gratify itself. The ego wants to gratify itself. We get triggered with these pleasant memories and we want to make more of them. That process is automatic. And if we don't manage it, it just happens. It happens. I want more. I want more. So you go off spending money that you don't have on stuff that you don't need because you want to feel that approval from other people instead of giving it to yourself. There would be no harm in seeking self-gratification if there was no other option. However, as a human being, you do have another option, which is contain and to restrict the involvement of the senses with the sense objects. This is not easy. This is only possible through jnana, wisdom, through acquiring a concept of what is just and what is appropriate. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? That's my 2-question criteria for everything. I don't categorize something as good and bad. I categorize, is it useful? Is it appropriate? That's called jnana. That's called wisdom. A peculiar desire surfaces to indulge in that which is prohibited, and you are unable to eliminate it. That is because you lack sensory discipline. There's a lot of things that we take into our bodies and take into our senses that aren't necessarily good for us, and we're unable to stop that, right? We think we can. Oh, I can quit at any time. But really, if you were challenged to stop it, you don't have any control over that. That's not good. It's not good. It's also not easy, he says. In order to do that, you have to operate through wisdom, and you have to really sit down and ask yourself, is this thing useful? Is it appropriate? Because if it's not, you don't need to be doing it. You lack the sensory discipline. You lack the mental conviction and the sankalpa shakti. Therefore, the senses can sway you at any time. If you possess the sankalpa shakti and restraint, 20 inviting plates of sweets could be before you, but you would not try to find a justification for picking even one sweet because you know that they will further damage your system. How many times do we make excuses for ourselves to just indulge a little bit? Well, you know, I deserve it. I know it'll hurt me, but you know what? Just a little bit, because I should have a little bit of something every now and then, right? We make these excuses. Who's talking in that moment? What part of you is talking in that moment? Could it be the body? Could it be the senses themselves? Could it be the ego aspect, which desires to cling to the senses and cling to the sense objects and identify itself with that process of clinging? I am these clothes that I wear, and I need more of these clothes so that I can continue to look good for people who don't really give a damn. He says there are many things the senses crave, and you like to follow these whims of the senses. However, get this, in order to evolve, you have to come to the point where you are able to control the senses through your wisdom and your Sankalpa Shakti. You have to be able to control these things through your wisdom. Restraint of the senses, speech, and mind are the 3 steps that begin the awakening of the positive forces and counteract the negative influences of the vrittis. Restraint, along with discipline, is a sadhana of life. All right, so essentially, he established for us what the vrittis are, how they affect us in reality, why they are difficult to break free from, and how it's not about destroying them, it's about managing them, right? Same thing with the monkey mind. It's not about killing the monkey mind, it's about managing the monkey mind, right? And this is what we're talking about here, the monkey mind. So I keep making posts about the monkey mind, because that's a part of you that it needs to be managed, it needs to be tamed, right? It doesn't have to be destroyed. You can't destroy it, you need it. Every time you experience something with the 5 senses, it is agitated. So the thing is, you've got to practice speech restraint. You got to practice mental restraint. You got to practice sensory restraint. This is how you control the monkey mind. This is how you begin to manage the fluctuations of the mind. This is yoga, right? Yoga is the management of the mental fluctuations. That's what the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali says, verse 1.2, which is going to be referenced in all these books all across the board, even in Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, because a lot of Kabbalistic principles are based on yoga, right? So no matter what you want to categorize it or call it, the cornerstone of this work and this science is the management of the fluctuations of the mind caused by the 5 senses. That's it right there. That's as deep as it gets. That's it right there. And then he tells you how you can do it. Have a little bit of discipline with yourself, right? It's not necessarily the meditation itself. It's not necessarily the stretching and the poses, not necessarily the mantra, not necessarily the breathing exercises. It's not necessarily those specific things, but you use those things in order to develop a discipline, in order to develop speech restraint, mental restraint, sensory restraint, right? It's done so that you can come to a point where you can watch and observe the self and observe how you behave so that you can manage yourself, so that you don't get caught up and wrapped up in the whirlwind of the process of the vrittis, of the mind. Is this stuff making sense to y'all? Let me know in the chat if like you're really starting to understand this, if you're not understanding it, or let me know. Let me know. Because the more that I read this, the more that I talk about it, the more clear it becomes to me. This is why the science is so divine, because just thinking about it and just analyzing your own life, if you're really about change, you'll start to change just by hearing it and talking about it. Greetings, Stray Panther. Greetings, We Grow Natural. Greetings, Frame Star Films. Basil Ether, greetings, greetings. Marwa Fakir, peace, peace. Yeah, this is only chapter 2, huh? What a world. What a world. Yeah, so I enjoy this stuff. It's like I said, it's clear to me and it makes sense to me. And I see clearly the process is happening in myself. So this isn't something that you have to hope and believe in. It isn't something that, you got to stretch to believe. Like it's evidenced in your everyday life. It really is. And if you just take the time to do the work, now you know what the work is. If you just take the time to do the work, you'll start to see changes immediately, right? You don't have to wait for 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. You start seeing the change happening immediately because you're in a loop. You're in a trance. You're doing the same stuff over and over again. Your behavior is automatic. When you interrupt that process, it's a domino effect. Now everything starts to change. Now you're going in a different direction. You're creating new vrittis. You're escaping old vrittis. You're transcending limitations. And you learn what your strengths are. Now you're able to identify with your strengths, which is a sattvic mindset. Now you're able to identify your ambition and say, okay, that's my ambition right there. And that ambition has been driving a lot of my thought, a lot of my behavior. Okay, those are my weaknesses. And I've gone many years identifying myself with those weaknesses. I can stop now. These are my needs. And these needs are driving my thoughts and my behavior. That's okay. Let me satisfy my needs. I need clothes, but I don't need a Hermes belt. I don't need a Gucci headband. I don't need, whatever those brands are. I don't need that. I just need something functional, something that's good quality, that looks good, something that I can afford. All right. You identify and then you manage that. Most people are out of control. Yes, you need clothes, but they get their ambitions mixed up with their needs. If I don't have this brand, I'm gonna die. All right. I don't eat the store brand. Yuck. That's for peasants. I have to have the high quality brand. I have to have it or I'm not gonna eat. That's not sattvic. That's rajasic. And then you don't get it and you throw a fit. That's tamasic. You see the back and the forth, that's not growth. That's limitation. And that is a vritti. That's a limitation. That's a vritti. That's self-destruction. And that's what keeps us satisfied, because even that process right there starts to create other ripples. Now you're building a personality out of all those limitations. You're building a personality out of all that. Now you're somebody who only eats the super expensive name brand food. You can only wear the super expensive name brand clothes. If you don't have a budget to afford that, you're going to be suffering. You're going to be suffering. And you're going to be hiding from the camera because you can't take pictures or videos because you can't keep that image up, right? One, peace. Detoria Morris, peace. I'm glad it's hitting. Connor Black, it's clicking. Awesome, bro. Good to see you. Naturally natured. Again, peace. Basile Ether. Again, greetings. So yeah, when you really stop, and like what he said in this book, you got 24 hours in a day. You really have a whole day. You can take one of those hours to sit, not just sit and not do anything for an hour, but take a look at what's going on in here. Take a look at what's going on in here. Identify the processes, identify the algorithms, start making sense of it all. That's not hard. That's not hard. Just sit down and do it. It's easy. What's good, Trendy Phillip? It's simple, right? It may not be easy, but it's simple. It's going to take some effort to do, but understand that doing this is the most important thing you could be doing right now. Doing this is the most important thing you could be doing now. Doing what? Managing your mind, right? Taking at least an hour out of your 24 hours to analyze what's going on in that head of yours. Why are you thinking this way? Why are you feeling this way? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What are my ambitions? What are my needs? Am I getting those things mixed up? Do I feel like my needs and my ambitions are the same thing? Right? Do I identify? What do I identify with? Am I identifying with my limitations? Oh, well, I'm just a XYZ. I can't do that. I'm too fat. I'm too ugly. I'm not educated enough. I'm not confident enough. What if they don't like me? What if they don't click on my, what if I don't sell? These limitations that you begin to identify with, that's tamasic. And that is detrimental to your growth. Identify with your strengths. Understand your ambitions and where they're coming from. That's fine. Understand your needs and where they're coming from. That's fine. Understand that there are limits, but guess what? You're not identified by those limits. They exist, right? I can't be in two places at once, right? There are things that I cannot do currently, but those are borderline meaningless. Because if there's something that I want, I'm not looking from the perspective of what I can't do right now. I'm looking from the perspective of me already being there, already having it, already existing there. I'm locked into that. I'm locked into that perspective. That's what I think out of. I don't think out of, oh, well, I don't have this, so I can't do it right now. No, I think of, I am there. I am there. That's already a reality, and I'm pulling it towards me. And what you find is that you begin to attract experiences to you that line up with that thing that you are aligned with. That's how it works. That's how it works. Magic in a nutshell. I like that. Matthew Barros, he says, I buy like 3 or 4 pairs of black pants, socks, and drawers, a uniform, basically. The person at the laundromat told me that Einstein did the same thing. And you know, I do the same thing. I don't know what the hell brands I buy. I don't know what brands this stuff is. But, you know, I have black shirts, black pants, black socks, with the occasional unicorn socks, black boots, black shoes, Amazon name brand. Right? The shirts might look a certain way. I don't know what brand it is. I got these Batwing cloak things. I don't know what brand this is, but I have like multiple ones. It's mix and match. You can't tell. Doesn't matter. I have clothes. Likewise with most everything else. So yeah, this really breaks it down. It really spells it out. This is why I chose this book. It makes perfect and total sense. If you ask me, just ask me. Take what was discussed here today. Take what was read in this chapter, right? Do something with it. This is doing the work. We went through all the other stuff, right? I remember Bobby Hemmett was talking about every now and then a teacher comes along and then there's a group, and that teacher in that group is meant to pull out a certain collection of information and spread it around, and then it disperses like that around the world. Then the next people or groups come up and they collect a certain amount of information and they disperse it around the world. This is how it happens, right? So we've gone through, you know, all the other religions, we've gone through all the other spiritual systems, you know what I'm saying? We've done it all. We've worked on these different things with the spirits and the spells and the crystals. We've done all that stuff. We did it and it worked. It was great. But what that did was lead us all to this point. Now we're not just looking at the surface level anymore. It's not just about what candle do I use, not just about what demon do I summon. We have now entered a where it's so much deeper than that. We're now getting directly to the mind. We're getting directly to where it counts. This is where we are now. So we've done all that already. This is where it's at today. This is the new do the work. A few years ago, 10, 20, 30 years ago, do the work meant open up that grimoire, summon a spirit, and prove to yourself that it's you, right? Convince yourself that you are God, right? Break out of Christianity and the rule of the mainstream. That was the mission decades ago. That's not the mission anymore today. The mission today is know thyself. That's always been the underlying mission. But we're at such a higher degree, a higher manifestation of that mission that we're getting right to the meat, to the bone gristle, right? There's no way to really be deceived with this stuff, right? You're not going to fall off into confusion with this stuff. This is direct. It really don't get too much more direct than this. And you can tell that we're at the cutting edge because if you type this into YouTube and Google, Shango pointed this out to me just the other day. You type this in on Google, you're going to see my face and you're going to see a bunch of Hindi writing and Hindu Sanskrit lettering and people that look like him. This isn't being touched or addressed right now because we're the first ones doing it. We're currently at the beginning, at the cutting edge, at the tip of the sword right now. So we are the ones that are doing the work. We are the ones that are doing this work. I need you to understand this. So it's so important to take this information and apply it. Take this information and apply it. You can't go off and ask somebody else about it because they don't know. You can't go to some other teacher or YouTuber or whatever and ask them about it because they don't know. They're not doing it. We're doing it first. So let's do this work so that it can begin to echo outward. This is how we fix this thing. Not by marching and protesting. Not by trying to fight with somebody, argue and debate with somebody. We fix this thing by fixing ourselves first and foremost, managing the vrittis, managing the subtle behaviors of the self has always been the mission. Always been the mission. And there's nothing here to argue about, nothing here to debate about, because this isn't opinion. This is established. It's established. All right, so I've talked enough about it. I think that I've pretty clearly elucidated everything. Cosmic Chlorophyll asked if I will be reading chapter 3. Yes, I will be reading chapter 3. I enjoy this so far. This is cool. This is good. You know, I just want to get this information out, and I want people to understand it. So I'm doing everything that I can right now to really push the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that this is the time that people need this, actually need it. Not it would be cool to know. This ain't just cool to know. This is how you change your life for the better. You feel me? If I've said anything wrong, anything incorrect, anything egotistical, check me. But as far as I'm concerned and I understand, we are at the cutting edge of spiritual evolution. I am. You all are. Right? So do the work. Do the work means something so much more serious this year. Do the work doesn't just mean light a candle and speak to some African god. That's not what do the work means this year. Do the work means sit down and analyze yourself, right? We talk about shadow work and, oh, I got trauma and, oh, I identify with this affliction or this category or this diagnosis. We do that, but we don't look at the solutions. Well, here's the solutions to every sickness. Here's the solution to every dis-ease, especially the mental dis-eases and the emotional dis-eases. Here's the solution. The management of the subtle behaviors, right? Don't take my word for it. Test it out yourself. All right. So, see, yeah. And I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree. Naturally Nature says, you're right, Travis, the people need this now. Yes. So let's do it. Let's do it. And this is how we spread it. We don't go by beating people up, because we learn from reading Power versus Force. We learn from looking at how the levels of consciousness are organized that some people can't receive this information directly. We can't just tell them and talk to them because they're not prepared yet. So the best way that we can do it is by fixing ourselves and being a reflection of the light. The beginning of this video, I talked about how the mind is like a lake, like a pond, like a still pond. And when it's clear on a sunny day, if you look at it, you can see the reflection of the sun. You can see the reflection of the clouds and nature, and everything is beautiful and harmonious, right? That's how we want to be. All the little disturbances of reality, that's the rain dropping onto the pond and causing ripples to now you can't see the reflection of anything. All you see is a bunch of ripples and waves. So we want to be at the point that we're able to stop that rain, come beyond that rain, come into the place where the rain doesn't exist. And we want our pond to be as smooth and as still as possible so that we reflect the sun, so that we reflect nature, so that we reflect the algorithms of the Most High, whether you want to call it Shiva or Yahweh or the demiurge or whatever you want to call, whatever you want to consider as the highest conception of existence for you personally. I don't care. Doesn't matter. It's just a word. But in order to reflect that in this reality, you've got to be clear. And this is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Matthew Watson says, this is it. We low-key a part of the prophecy for doing this work in the West. See, I'm trying not to say that, but you're exactly right. Right? Because if I start talking like that, people are going to think that, I don't know what people are thinking. I don't care, but I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to keep it down to earth. But you're exactly right. Like, we are literally doing the work for the whole race. I'm just saying. This ain't like just some entertainment stuff. Hey, let's gather around and talk about spiritual. No, you can do that on every other YouTube channel. All right. Black Knight says, can this be a form of shadow work? Absolutely. This is the best kind of shadow work. You don't get no better shadow work than this. If you do this right, this is better than going to a therapist. If you do this right, you're doing a great job, Trev. Thank you, Philip. Thank you. And I want to say this also. I talked about how for a while I've been feeling like I'm stuck in a fog and I can't really see beyond the fog, right? And it's really disturbing to me because I'm used to going, doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to that. So being in this fog for the past, since the whole eclipse and a little bit before, pretty much since Thanksgiving, it's starting to get to the point where it's like, I trust and I have faith and I know that things are working out, but it's like, I'm used to being very active, right? I'm used to creating and doing all this stuff. And I've been finding myself in a place where it isn't coming like it used to. And it's starting to be like, what's going on? What's going on? So a few days ago, Amethyst Moon brought up to me about Ganesh, reminded me about Ganesh. And he was popping up. So I decided, let me go ahead and do some mantras. All night long, I did Ganesh mantras, focused on Ganesh, woke up in the morning, was doing my walks, doing my Ganesh mantra, just Ganesh, Ganesh, Ganesh. And it was bringing me to a point where, like I mentioned, I pretty much went into a little prayer channeling session. And I'm like, look, opener of the way, center of the material plane, open up a way, help me out, show me something, unlock something, reveal something. I need a message. I need some clarity because I cannot see. I'm telling everybody about being clear about your vision and I cannot see. Right. So long story short, unexpectedly, my cousin came over. She has never even been here since I've lived here. She came through, we were talking, and she's very prophetic. She sees just like her brother, who I talked about many times. He comes over. Both of them can see, right? Both of them are very clairvoyant. And we sat in my room and she was just straight channeling. It was amazing. Straight channeling. We both were being possessed with our spirits, and like she could see mine and I could kind of see hers. It was really cool. But she gave me this analogy that was perfect. I was talking about being stuck in a fog, and she was just reminding me a lot of stuff. I think one of the things that, this is a side segue, a lot of the things that you guys need to remember also, every single day, people message me and comment, thank you, Travis. I appreciate you, Travis. You helped me understand this. Thank you. And I don't get me wrong. I love that. I appreciate that. And I'm grateful to be able to help. I really, truly am. And inside, I'm like, well, I don't want my ego to get big. So let me just like it and move on. I don't want to indulge too much in that, But that began a negative vritti in myself because, like I said, I like to go. And I'm not stopping at all to acknowledge what I'm doing. I never stop to tell myself that I'm doing a job. I never stop to tell myself, you know what? You're making an impact. You're doing the right thing. And this is great. This is awesome. Right? A lot of us need to hear that. I needed to hear that last night. It's okay to stop and tell yourself you're doing a great job. It's okay to acknowledge the work that you're doing. It's okay to accept your flowers. It's okay. Right? She told me that I'm stronger than that. I'm not going to let my ego get out of control just by accepting a thank you. Right? And I'm willing to wager that if you're watching this content, you're stronger than that too. It's okay to accept your flowers. I needed to hear that. Right? That was liberating to me because I never allowed myself to stop and acknowledge the work that I'm doing. That's why I just keep making content, keep going. And I never stop and look back. So part of this, I believe, is maybe I needed to slow down a bit so that I can actually look at how far I've come. And that will help to serve as illuminating the direction that I'm heading in. But the main thing that I wanted to talk about was this cloud and this fog. And, she was just bringing up all these other skills that I have that I haven't really expressed or revealed. And she's talking about that this year is a year that I'll be able to use a lot of those skills in what I do to enhance what I'm doing. And she talked about how, like a video game, I play Fortnite, and every time there's a new map, it's all cloudy. And you have to go down to the map and you have to do the missions and do the different things. And when you dwell in that space for a while, it's cleared up. It's not fogged anymore. Now you can actually see the map. I mean, this has been on video games forever. If you've ever played a video game with the map, it's cloudy until you actually go into that area and you interact with it, complete missions, right? And she was just talking about how you play the game, you do these side missions, you talk to these characters, you reveal these things, that, and the third. By the time you look back, it's like, wow, I have uncovered like 90% of the map. This is awesome, right? We weren't even thinking about it, but just by doing the work, the side missions that you thought didn't mean anything were actually a way to help to get you to explore the territory. So basically, she helped to reveal to me that this is what I've been looking at it backwards. I'm not surrounded by a fog. I've been going, and not looking back. That by the time I looked up, I realized that I was surrounded by a fog. But check this out. Most of the map is unlocked. There's so many different things that I have mastered, that I've learned, that I have discovered. I've got most of the map illuminated. I have now entered into that one little section that I haven't discovered yet. I've entered new territory, basically. I've stepped into a new place. That's why it seems foggy. So it's not that I am surrounded in a fog. It's that I've entered a new territory. Now I've got to use everything that I've done in the past to help to explore this new section. So for those of you who feel like you are in a fog and you are cloudy, it's not necessarily that the whole world is clouded. You've entered into a new zone. You've entered into a new area of the map. This is the new season, right? This is the new set of whatever. So that just unlocked it all for me, right? I thought that my whole world was clouded and I couldn't see. No, I've entered a new space. I've entered a new space. And a lot of stuff that happens with me is happening with a lot of you guys. So for anybody who has been feeling this way, understand you have reached a new level on your map. Keep going. You have actually moved ahead so far that you're in new territory now. You're not lost. You're not lost. You're in new territory now, and you've worked very hard to get here. Hell yeah. That just that completely lifted up my spirits because it just put things into a new context for me. Liberating. What was that?
I said that was fire, man. I was like, this is the outlook we have to start having in life, man. I think a lot of the people that were doing the work was feeling that gloom. It was happening to me too. I don't know what the hell was, and I was, but I honestly, since you said it earlier, I was like, shit, I don't feel like that. It started like, you know, and we said that, I was like, shit, I didn't even notice it. And I was like, oh shit. But like, this is like, I don't know. I'm just sitting there listening, you know, this is what we got to do, man. I don't know what to say. Like, Shango was saying last time, man, I feel like at this point, man, like I had to look up the word because I always like to know like the definitions. What is it? Sankalpa Shakti, conviction, willpower.
Right. Right.
I was sad, and she said it too in context. But I had to look it up on a computer. But willpower and conviction, man. Do you really want it? And you have to ask yourself sometimes.
Are you willing to commit? Yeah.
Like you even say, commit an hour a day. That's all. Start with 10 minutes at least. Shit. If you can't do an hour, start with 10.
And I believe that by doing it, it's going to extend past that hour and you're going to find yourself just doing it throughout the day. That's the point, to make this a consistent, regular thing. You want to be aware to the point that at any given moment, you're analyzing in real time the process of mind, the fluctuations of mind, and how engrossed you're getting wrapped up in mind. Yeah. That was a good message. And it's funny because just the night before, a lot of you guys who might be like me, who you're constantly helping people, maybe even help people feel better. You might have people in your life, like family members or friends, they come to you for advice, right? They come to you for encouragement. They come to you to get through the day, right? And there comes times where you're holding up this, you know, you got the world on your back. And sometimes it gets heavy. And you might have done like I did, where it's like you look in the mirror and you're like, well, damn, I help all these people. Who the hell can help me? If I need a word, if I need something, some kind of, who do I go to, right? And it's like, well, I could go to this person, but they won't understand because they don't have any reference. And here's the worst one now. Or I can go to these people, but bless their soul, they're just going to turn the conversation about them within 5 minutes, right? So it's like, damn, there's nobody really to talk to. And then, you know, as the universe would have it, sent somebody who was able to understand where I was coming from and to actually respond and give back and channel the spirit that I needed to help me see where I was. And we all need that sometimes. So I was extremely grateful and still am extremely grateful. She was bringing back memories also. She talked about probably like the first time that we actually started to open our eyes and see. That was a really cool memory. As she talked about we were in church, and this was a long time ago. We were like little kids. She has a great memory. She remembers like stuff when we were like in elementary school. But she was recalling this point, and I remembered it as soon as she said it, how we were in church. And I was like annoyed that everyone's like, why is everybody singing all these praises to Jesus? Like, why is everybody just, oh, Jesus, Jesus? Like, it just felt weird to me. I don't want to sing these songs. And she's like, well, just think of it like this. Every time you say Jesus, instead of saying Jesus, know that you're talking about yourself. Instead of giving the praise and the glory to something out there, know that you're talking to your soul. Know that you're talking to your soul. And that like blew my mind. For the first time, I'm like, wow, I'm going to try it out. So I started singing the church songs, but knew that I was singing to myself, singing to my soul. And that really flipped the script for things. When she brought that up, like I remembered that was the moment for the first time that I actually saw that the God, the spirit that we're talking about, that we're referring to, we have a direct connection within ourselves to that. Just like the still pond that is reflecting the sun. Obviously, the pond is not the sun, but you can only really see the sun by looking at the pond. You can't look directly into the sun. I mean, you can, but in this metaphor, you look at this pond and you see the reflection of nature, of the Most High. Good stuff. She was even telling me how, reminded me of when we were like really little, and I taught her how to read without saying the words out loud. And she saw me in the kitchen, like reading, because I've been doing this forever, apparently. And I'm like reading without talking. And she's like, how are you reading without actually saying the words at the same time? I'm like, it's easy. You just say it without saying it. And it's like, she walked me through the process of me teaching her how I did it. Like, you see the word and you think about it, you say it in your head. And she's like that? I'm like, yeah. And then, yeah, she says that's how she first learned how to read without reading. I thought that was pretty damn cool. It just kind of shows that a lot of the stuff that we're good at, we come into the world with it. Like everything I'm doing right now is what I was supposed to be doing, that I have been doing since I have been a thing. So I said that to say, just take an account of what your strengths are. Just like Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati said in here, identify with your strengths. That is sattvic. Because these strengths, they're not necessarily always something that you learned here. Sometimes they're things that you came here with, and this is what you're supposed to give to the world. Something to consider.
Hey, Trav, gotta get out of here, but I enjoyed the chat today, man. It's really a lot of great information dropped today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your contribution.
Definitely.
Dropping some gems as well.
I appreciate it.
All right,
looking forward to the next chapter. Peace,
yes.
family. Peace, everybody.
Peace. Have a great night.
You too, man.
All right. All right. So I think this was a good meeting. I really do. And we're gonna go ahead and conclude. This is always so difficult for me to leave you guys, but it's not forever. Okay, so we're doing chapter 3. I'm going to continue doing these live readings because it's a lot of fun. So join me on the evenings. I usually do them around like 8 o'clock, maybe 6, 7, 8 o'clock. And probably going to go with Chesed, Gibera. We're going to do the Ladder of Lights, chapter 8. We're going to learn about Gibera, which is the Martian force. And after that, probably do this 3rd chapter. And what else was I reading? I was reading something else. Might do the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Anyways, we're going to keep learning this science. We're going to keep doing this thing every day if I can. Might miss a day or two, but yeah. Why not? Why not? I do this alone anyways, so why not do it live? What I'm saying is, be on the lookout. Typically, I'm going to go live around 8 o'clock-ish, maybe 9 o'clock-ish. And we're going to read for maybe like an hour or two and just discuss what we're reading. So if you're up for that, that's your kind of thing, that's what I'm doing. I want to see you in the chat. Say hello, ask questions, give commentary. Buy the book yourself, read it, highlight some stuff, throw it in the chat maybe. And, you know, join the membership, join us here on Sundays, and let's talk about this because I like what you guys have to say. It helps. It helps. But stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused because we're still going. We got a ways to go, but we're going to make it fun. We're going to master the Kabbalah system. Stick with me. Stick with me. It's very vague. A lot of people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but we're not those people because we actually study and practice, right? So right now we're mastering the self, mastering the mind, passive Pravritti and Nivritti. After this, we're going to move on to karma and karma yoga. We're going to move on to mantras and yantras. We're going to move on to jnana yoga. We're going to move on to Samkhya darshan. And we're gradually getting from microcosm to macrocosm. So this is serious business. Then eventually we're going to get back into mystical Kabbalah by Dion Fortune. And shit, by that time, you guys are going to be more advanced spiritually than all these other people that you see on the internet posting whatever they post, right? And you'll be able to back up what you're talking about. So thank you guys for being here with me. Thank you, Sky L. Hit that bell notification button if you haven't already. Like this video if you haven't already. Join the membership so that you can be on here and talk with me and share with me what you learned because I want to hear it. And if not, just continue commenting and liking and sharing and all that stuff that you guys do because I appreciate it. It gives me encouragement to keep doing and to keep thinking of different ideas and ways to keep doing. Also, if you are interested in being personally trained by me, if you want to go through my class and learn some of these meditative practices on a deeper level, just to get to the point, my inner light activation system class is about learning the framework, right? The framework to connect, establishing a connection with your higher self and fortifying that connection. Okay, so we're going to go through, it's a 2-month class. There's going to be a series of meditations that you're going to be able to use to connect with your etheric plane. You're going to learn every meditation that you need to do. Now, it might take some time to master these, but you're going to know beyond a shadow of a doubt which ones to do and why you're doing them. All right, we're going to start that back up next month in February. So hit me up if you're interested in this. Email me, DM me, whatever. It starts in February. All right. And this is probably going to be the last time that I do it live because it's going to probably be pre-recorded after that. So the benefit of doing it live is you'll be able to ask me questions in real time and we'll be able to go through it in real time. So if that's something you're interested in, it's going to go autopilot because I'm going to make another course after that teaching a different level of things. So if you want to learn about that, contact me and we'll get to it. All right. So that's everything. Appreciate you guys being here. I really do. I appreciate you guys spending your time with me. It's been 4.5 hours. You could have been doing anything, but you chose to hang out with me. And I really appreciate that. I take that seriously. I thank you for that. I thank you for that, because you're investing in yourself. Really, that's not like cheesy. Like, you're investing in yourself. You're learning something that can help you, right? You're learning how to manage your mind. You're learning how to know thyself. You're learning how to get rid of this trauma, learning how to not be affected and triggered by the nonsense, right? This is the real work. So thank you for investing in yourself. All right. Thank you for being here. And that's all that I'm willing to give today. I might come back later on with the book, but I also might play some Fortnite, because apparently I have to be human. All right. See you next time, Space Cowboy. Straight Panther 79 says, just got the book, a systematic course in the ancient tantric techniques of yoga and kriya. That's a big book. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, if you're feeling this fog, if you're not able to see like you're usually able to see, that's okay. You've entered a new territory. You've entered a new place on the map. That's a good thing, because that means you're progressing, you're leveling up, and you're able to handle this next stage. So you're going to have to rely on everything that you've gathered, all the skills, all the experiences, all the understandings. You're going to have to utilize all those things that you have learned and mastered. That's going to take you through the fog. It's going to take you to the next level. So don't be discouraged. You didn't lose anything, all right? You're not under attack. You're not under spiritual attack, none of that stuff. You're ready for this. You're ready for this. So even if you still can't see it, just know the reason why you can't see it is because you've entered a new space that you have never been before. That's good. That's a good thing. So stay confident, maintain your frame. All right. All right. All right. So this is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.